operate a motor vehicle in the state of Michigan when you are drunk. It is illegal to operate a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. It is illegal to operate a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol content of 0.17, more than double the super drunk law in Michigan. And it is illegal to operate a motor vehicle with open intoxicants in the vehicle. Now it's August 31st, 2024. It's about 10:45 at night. And the Romulus Police Department receives a dispatch for a single vehicle accident at the T-bone corner of Pennsylvania and Hammond Road. Huron Township is already there because it's kind of on the border and they weren't sure at first who had jurisdiction over this. So Huron Township Police gets there, EMS gets there, and Romulus is called to come in and take over the investigation because it's determined that the accident, single vehicle, happened in the city of Romulus. The officers get there for Romulus. We'll see. Mr. Stokes, the defendant, was already in the ambulance. You're going to hear from the EMS technician. After investigation in this case, after he refused to consent to the blood testing, and a search warrant was obtained to obtain his blood, the evidence will show that he had a blood alcohol content that night here in Romulus of 0.214, much higher than the super drunk 0.17. We are here today because Mr. Stokes chose to disregard the law that night and operate a motor vehicle while intoxicated. And we are here because he chose to operate a motor vehicle in the city of Romulus with open intoxicants in the vehicle that night. What is the defendant's defense going to be in this case? I don't know. I haven't talked to him. He's not represented. But I can tell you that after you hear the evidence in this case, which you will hear from the EMS technicians, you will hear from the police officers, you will hear from the nurse blood draw, and you will hear from a forensic scientist who tested the blood under the procedures taken under the law, that you will hear the instructions at the end, and you will be ready to convict Mr. Stokes of operating while intoxicated with a high blood alcohol content and with open intoxicants in the vehicle that night in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greco. Mr. Stokes, would you like to make an opening statement now or reserve? And you can do it at the podium, you can do it there. It doesn't, wherever you, if you got all your notes there, you can either way. As long as we're picking you up on the mic and the folks can hear you.
You don't mind if I stand on the seat? Yeah, right. Well,
You're picking him up,
you
right?
all already heard what I was, what I am, being charged with. One thing I want to point out is, pretty much, most relevant is that the prosecution is attempting to circumvent the fact that I had a designated trial. Okay. I assume you've ever been in a police report that there will be testimony that Mr. Jason Darnell Porter was supposed to be here today, but he's not. He was the actual driver. They're trying to circumvent the fact that I wasn't the driver. Okay, so that's what this really is all about. And like they said, all of this, these witnesses and evidence, it's not even relevant if I wasn't the driver. So I just would like you all to bear that in mind. Most of what is going to prove my innocence should come out in the testimony as this trial goes on. But there was another gentleman present. That gentleman was the one who was driving. If There was like serious situation where I was driving, like I say, Romulus Police Department was the second was on scene. Huron Township, Police Department arrived first. They really made no reaction. If I was caught in the car behind the driver's seat, I would have been arrested by them. I would have been in custody by them. I wasn't. Romulus didn't arrive until I was already in the ambulance. And it was then that they took me in custody. Even though Huron Township, as the prosecution said, turned the case over to them, they still had jurisdiction to arrest me at that point. They didn't. Romulus Police Department shows up while I'm in the ambulance and they arrest me. So like I say, a lot of key things gonna come out in the trial. My witness didn't show, so it's just what they have. They don't have the Huron Township Police Department body cam footage. The reason for that. But you'll see. I'm gonna be long-winded, but you'll see.
Anything else at this time, Mr. Stokes? Okay, first,
I did wanna ask.
hold on. No, if you want to ask something, you and Mr. Greco come on up and ask, because I don't know what you're gonna ask. It might not be proper for them to hear. Mr. Greco? First witness is?
Laura Steig, Huron Valley Ambulance.
Thanks, Jamie. Spell her last name.
Steig.
I'm trying to figure out which is
Yeah,
blinding.
yeah, yeah, I hear you. It's getting it.
Oh, we got it. There you go.
Thank you. Right up here, watch your step on the ramp. Raise your right hand for me. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Settle in the chair. Get comfortable, state your name, spell your last name, please.
Laura Steig, it's Steig.
Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Greco.
Morning, Steig. Ms. Steig, are you currently employed? And where are you currently employed?
Livonia Fire Department.
And how long have you been there?
Just about 10 months.
Okay. Before that, where did you work?
Huron Valley Ambulance,
How long did you work for Huron Valley Ambulance?
7 years.
Okay. And what was your position of employment with the Huron Valley Ambulance?
I was a paramedic.
Is that your current captain?
I'm currently a firefighter paramedic.
How long have you been a paramedic?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Do you have any particular certifications or licenses?
I hold a paramedic license at the state of Michigan, also a national paramedic license. I have my firefighter 1 and 2, and I hold various other certificates like hazmat. Those types of things.
And you have experience in dealing with automobile accidents,
Yes, sir.
part of the job, right?
Yes, sir.
Big part, okay. Have you had experience in dealing with individuals that have been injured in accidents?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall working for Huron Valley Ambulance during the evening of August 31st, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall responding to an automobile accident and seen around the area of Pennsylvania Road in Canada?
Yes, sir.
So what do you recall about that?
We received a call for a single vehicle accident that went off of the ditch onto the west side of the road.
Right, it like dead ends there?
Yeah, it's a T intersection. The vehicle went through the T down into the ditch, striking a sign that is yellow that's posted, it's direction either way.
Okay.
Um,
Police already there when we got there?
I believe that Huron Township Police Department is already there.
Okay, and Romulus said not showing up yet.
No, sir.
Okay. And it appears that Romulus was called because it was in their jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you encounter an individual by the name of Carrie Stokes that evening?
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Stokes in the courtroom today? Okay, where is he located in the courtroom today?
Directly behind you, sir.
Let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness has identified the defendant.
Noted.
All right, you recall how you first encountered Mr. Stokes that evening?
I do not recall the first encounter with Mr. Stokes now.
Okay, so what do you recall about your encounter with Mr. Stokes?
When we encountered Mr. Stokes, he was, I believe already out of the vehicle. He appeared to be under the influence.
Okay, so let me say, so when you get there, your recollection, I know this is over a year ago, that Mr. Stokes was out of the vehicle, correct? All right, by the way, you talked about the vehicle, what type of a vehicle, is it a sedan, a truck?
It was a darker colored sedan. I believe it was probably a Monte Carlo.
Like a blue Chevy Monte Carlo? Does that sound about right? Okay,
Dark in color, it
Okay.
was dark outside.
okay, so your recollection is that Mr. Stokes was out of the vehicle when you got there?
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay, so, and you indicated that he may have been under the influence. Describe what you saw when you observed Mr. Stokes that evening.
So Mr. Stokes appeared to be stumbling, slurring his speech to a degree that we could hardly understand him. He was unsteady on his feet at that time, and there was a strong odor of intoxicants coming from him. He did have very glossy eyes at that point.
So you encounter Mr. Stokes, what's the next thing that happens, or you made these observations, so what are you there to do and what happened?
So anytime that we have a motor vehicle accident, we do need to evaluate whoever is there. We got Mr. Stokes into the side door of the ambulance. He was seated on the bench seat. He was very argumentative with us, very verbally aggressive with us. We were trying to check vitals. At one point, he took the blood pressure cuff off and threw it. I do remember he kept asking us to call somebody. I couldn't remember who at that point. We were waiting for Romulus PD to show up along with Romulus Fire Department to show up because of the jurisdiction area they were supposed to transport. During that time frame, he became escalation of argumentative, verbally aggressive to us. He needed to urinate, and he decided to urinate in the back of the ambulance, which went all over the cot, the bench seat, all over the back of the ambulance. At that point, there was a single Huron Township female police officer that helped us move Mr. Stokes onto the stretcher where he was 4-point restrained with soft restraints for crew safety along with for patient safety.
Then at some point in time, the Romulus PD showed up.
Romulus PD did show up. We did cancel do our protocols, Romulus fire, because once the patient is secured to our structure, we must transport them.
Okay, so it didn't make sense for Romulus to come and you guys to remove him from, you guys already had him,
Correct, yes,
to
sir.
remove him out, so then it's protocol for you guys to just do.
Yes, sir.
And then the Romulus PD gets there to conduct their investigation about the situation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once that occurred, what was the next thing that happened with respect to you?
We let Romulus know, kind of what was going on. They asked us to transport Mr. Stokes to the hospital. They requested that we took him to Corwell Health, which was the Taylor Hospital where he was transported to.
Okay, the old Heritage Hospital on Telegraph Road in Taylor.
Yes, sir.
And then once you guys transported Corwell Health, you bring him into the emergency room and that concludes your involvement?
Yes, sir. We hand over a report. We register him with the hospital. We let the nurse know what was going on, and then that concludes our interaction.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Stokes, do you have any questions for Ms. Teague?
Yes.
Ms. Stike?
Psych.
Stike. Almost like there's a K-E?
Yes.
Stike? Oh, I got you. G, hard G.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Second, let me see.
Good morning, sir.
First of all, listen, I apologize for those actions, but.
I appreciate you, sir.
First question I want to ask is, are you familiar with, who made the call to you?
I am not, sir.
Do you recall, what time you guys left in the ambulance to the scene?
I am not, sir. That would have to be on a report pulled from the ambulance company.
Well, I do have the run sheet, that you're familiar with, the run.
Yes, sir. That was typed by my partner.
Okay, I'll be out. I'm gonna give you, some roles. We've established already, like, August 31st of last year, right?
Yes, sir.
That's now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm gonna give you some times, and you may not, specifically, recall the hour. According to this run sheet, it says, the call came in, at, 22:49.
10:49 p.m.
Do that sound about right?
I believe it was in the evening. Yes, it was dark outside.
Yeah. And, according to this sheet, you guys were dispatched a mere second later. Said you were en route at 10:50. It said you arrived on the scene at 10:54. Were you guys that close to the scene where you arrived for?
That is approximately less than 5 miles from my home base station at that time. Yes, sir.
And I imagine this is, they travel at a hybrid speed, so.
Yes, sir.
It says here that, again, you arrived at 10:54, patient contact. Now, you mentioned earlier that, I was already out of the car.
Yes, sir.
You were
Yes, sir.
right. Was there another good?
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be intoxicated or having?
I could not recall.
it says you guys left the scene at 11:32. So. Almost 40 minutes later. So you were on the scene about 40 minutes.
We were waiting for the other police department to show up due to the jurisdiction guidelines. That's something that is controlled by the police officers. If it was something that was emergently transported, then we do have a say, but yes, it does take some time.
40 minutes on that. 3 minutes was long. Well, hold on, it's it has here, this time was saying approximately 30 minutes. Time to destination was 63 minutes, according to the run sheet. Would you say that's like some type of, a stable, how far was, Court of Health, from the scene of the accident?
I would say probably less than 20 minutes away from where the accident scene was.
Is there any, reason why I say time to destination 63?
It could possibly be that was from the time that we arrived on scene with the 40 minutes and then the 20 minutes of transport. I'm not exactly sure without the run in front of me, how it looks on their end.
Yeah, that's what it said. Then it says the total time run, 78 minutes.
So that would be from the call dispatch time to when the time that the call is closed, after we clear the hospital.
Well, it seems as though I heard you say that, you work for, Elon,
Yeah, Valley Ambulance. Yes, sir.
okay, so you would say that you have extensive, professionalism when it comes to doing your job.
Yes, sir.
And you're able to, observe things and then later on, describe exactly what you observed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Greco, any redirect?
Nothing further.
All right, can we send Ms. Stig back to wherever she'd rather be?
Yes.
Watch your step on the way out.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Take a brief recess.
Sure, you do a nice job on the stand. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Davis could probably use a stretch anyhow. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, well, Jamie will take, and if you have personal stuff with you, you can take it with you. We're going to take you back into the jury room where there's a bathroom and the refrigerator with better be waters in there.
Yeah,
So you can take your stuff back there, leave it here. This room for the extent of the trial will never be unmanned. One of the security guys will be in here or outside the door so nobody's in here. So take your stuff, leave your stuff. When you're all ready to come back in, let us know and I'll make sure everybody else is ready. So we're in recess. Mr. Stokes, take a break. Oh, okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, door's closed.
Yeah, so the next witness that I was planning to call, I subpoenaed here is Cody West, who was her partner, who was in the back with Mr. I don't really need her, at this point.
Okay.
So I wanted to, unless you want the other EMS guy, he's gonna probably testify the same.
Yeah,
You want to call it?
Well, I'll call.
Okay,
Yeah, but on his case,
okay.
he's here, that's fine.
Let's do this. I'm gonna go with, if you two are all right with it, instead of bringing them out here so I can talk to them on the record. I just want to duck my head in there and say, look, you guys talk about whether or not you want to take a lunch break or you just want to see how things go before you decide on if you want a lunch break. because I always let the jury decide whether or not we break and when we break. All right. So if they just want to say, hey, let's just bull through and keep working, that's what we're going to do. Are you okay with me having that little conversation with them?
I'm jury on lunch.
What's that?
I'm jury on lunch.
Well, I told them to come up with a consensus and then they'll tell us when we get back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, take a break. I'm sorry. Yeah, take a break.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Nothing much.
Here, back in some box, but it's gonna be something on the side.
Yeah, I took that in.
It's not fair. It's, you know, like it.
Oh, you're talking about that.
Yeah, I've been well. I think it was this. No, it wasn't. So,
It is the twin sun.
was it? Okay, I'll make sure that.
And-
Back to my.
Thank you.
You let me know good. You let me know when bringing.
I'm ready whenever they are.
Ready, go get my officer. And. Cody.
Cody's gonna be next.
Cody.
Did you catch the name? Holmberg? Just hang out right here at the podium for a minute. What's your last name?
West,
Spell it.
HOLMQUESD.
Quest. Thank you. We'll let the jury get seated and then I'll swear you in.
Yes.
You're right, yeah, right there.
Please rise to the jurors.
Same seats, folks, please. Ladies, the temp all right back there in the room? Thank you. All right, come on up. Watch my step, my ramp right here. Raise your right hand. Swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today. Settle in that chair right there. Get comfortable, state your name, spell your last for the record.
My name is Cody Holmquist, HOLMQUESC.
Thank you. Mr. Greco.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Holmquist. Okay. Mr. Holmquist, are you currently employed?
I am,
And where are you currently employed?
here on Valley Ambulance,
And how long have you been employed there?
just short of a decade.
Okay, just short of 10 years. And what is your position of employment?
I am a senior paramedic,
Okay. And hold any particular licenses or certifications?
several. I have a paramedic license and then, several, specific medical certifications.
Okay. And in your position as a senior paramedic with Huron Valley Ambulance, you have the opportunity to go to and handle automobile accident scenes.
Pretty frequently.
It's kind of part of the big part of the job, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall if you were working during the evening of August 31st, 2024?
I have reports from that night, so, yeah.
Okay, you were subpoenaed to appear here, so you looked at your reports. Okay, do you refresh your recollection a bit on a visual of what occurred that night?
To some degree, yes.
Okay. Do you recall responding to an automobile accident scene that evening at the T-bone corner of Pennsylvania Road and,
I do.
okay. What do you recall about showing up that evening?
I recall that when we pulled up, there was a vehicle in the ditch that had apparently gone through the T. Went straight through and was down in the ditch on the far side.
Okay. And do you recall encountering an individual by the name of Carrie Stokes?
I don't, yes, I do remember.
Okay. Do you recall how you would, let me ask you this. Do you see Carrie Stokes in the courtroom today?
I'm assuming that that's him sitting over there, but I
Okay.
don't.
You don't-
Visually.
You don't recall visually, fair enough, but you recall an individual. Do you recall an African American individual?
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying you might not be able to spot him.
If you were in a lineup, I probably wouldn't be able to.
Okay, because it's over a year ago. Okay, all right, got it. But in looking at your records, you were at least responding to a scene of the person by the name of Carrie Stokes.
Correct.
Oh. All right. Do you recall how you first encountered that individual?
Per my report, he had already gotten out of the vehicle when we arrived and was just standing around on the scene with Huron Police Department when we initially pulled.
Okay. And do you recall any interaction you had with Mr. Stokes that evening?
I do recall some.
Okay, what do you recall about your interaction with Mr. Stokes?
Most of my recollection is after we were in the ambulance. Belligerent and uncooperative with us.
Okay, how did you become belligerent and uncooperative?
It became verbally aggressive. He was pulling our equipment off and throwing it in the ambulance. He wound up standing up and urinating inside the ambulance on some of our equipment. So,
In your professional life, have you had had encounters with individuals that are intoxicated?
very,
Okay. And what are some of the symptoms of a person who's under the influence of alcohol?
glassy eyes, impaired gait and balance, slurred speech, poor impulse control.
Did Mr. Stokes, make any observations with regard to Mr. Stokes and his intoxication as far as your observation there?
He was displaying most of those symptoms, yes.
And you described his behavior, of course. All right, it's in the end. There's been prior testimony that he had to be restrained.
That's,
Okay. And once he was restrained, what did you guys do?
at that point, we remained on scene until Romulus Police Department was set with their initial part of their investigation, and then we transported him to Corwell Taylor.
Okay, so the old Heritage Hospital or what health on Telegraph Road team, right? And then once you transport him there, does that conclude your involvement with Mr. Stokes in this matter?
Yeah, once we transported him there and I transferred care to the nurse with a report, that was the end of my contact.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Stokes, do you have any questions for Mr. Holmquist?
Yes,
I've been your Paul Carter, all of you from my very United States.
I appreciate it.
I asked your phone partner, if she was aware of we made the call to, Aaron Valley, said it's, she said she couldn't call me.
No, I do not. A lot of the time, that's not information that we wind up with somebody on scene specifically tells us.
So you don't know who, you don't know time, what, if I have one, she did.
The time that the call was made would have been documented in the report, but I don't.
It says, Michelle, it's here. we won't take you back, to that night you said when you arrived on the scene. I was, outside of the vehicle talking to, Huron Township Police Department, et cetera.
That is my recollection. And
Okay. Was there anyone else there that seen besides you guys, the Huron Township Police Department and myself?
the Huron Township Fire Department also responded with us. So it would have been us with the ambulance, the fire department, Huron Police Department, and yourself. I do not remember anyone else other than those four sets of people.
Well, in the, primary rooms. Four. They stated that there was nothing should be named, Jason Porter, of course, you would know his name, but you ain't seen another African American out there since.
I don't recall there being another individual at the car crash scene with you.
So, now, you, as well as your, former partner, gave testimony that, I was, appeared to be, intoxicated. That was,
Your appearance was consistent with intoxication. I can't officially diagnose whether that's what was causing it, but the symptoms were
okay.
consistent.
So, you just weren't sure whether or not it just was consistent.
Correct. I don't have the ability to be able to test your blood alcohol. That's the police can do.
Okay, well, in this case, the, prosecution is alleging that, I was full super drunk. What would you, as a paramedic, would you classify as?
To my knowledge, that's a specific like legal term. That's not something medically.
Well, how intoxicated would you say? How impaired would you say a person is if you have blood alcohol that high?
It depends, varies, it would depend on the individual and their usual like tolerance to alcohol. That's a hard question to answer.
That makes sense. You got there. Someone with, that level of intoxication. In your medical opinion, how long would you say it takes to sober up? So, well, time felt that.
Jack, for lack of expertise, I mean, this is, unless you can answer the question, I don't know if we laid a foundation for whether this one.
Do you understand the question?
Yeah.
You feel qualified to answer it?
Probably not.
Okay,
I will.
go ahead. Next question. Mr. Greco?
Nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Holmquist, you are free to leave. Watch your step on my ramp. Thank you for your time. Could you two approach?
We'll agree with this. But one of the files I'll be the. From the. Because it's. One of the seven. Witness and shipments.
If that's you, that's.
I just have to, that's the safe, you can sense it, if you want people to do it, that's fine, don't know, so you don't host. I'm just. Honestly, it's, I don't want to go, but I don't think it's kind of. Especially. That. There's a lot of stuff inside of that. How it's done, she's. So just. See, that's not. Let's just.
Yeah, yes, you do it all.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, based on our off-record conversation, Mr. Greco, I believe we've got a stipulation if you'd like to place it on the record.
Yes, Your Honor. With the discussion with the court and with the defendant, it's, we're gonna have a stipulation that he acknowledges that he was intoxicated that evening, and a stipulation to admission of the laboratory report that his blood alcohol level was 0.214. That evening.
I'm not stepping to, that's the reason why I questioned the gentleman, I'm not stepping to, a specific level. So I don't know if we may have talked to this, if that's up to the crowd.
Are you, okay, I'm just going based on our conversation a minute ago. Are you willing to stipulate that your blood level was 0.17 or higher, which is the only thing he's got to prove, well, the only element? Oh, all right. I thought that's what you agreed to, so we didn't have to put the two professionals on the stand. That's fine. Okay. Go ahead and call a witness.
Your Honor, next witness is Officer Christian Otter, the Romulus Police Department.
Officer Otter, come on up. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Watch your step. Make yourself comfortable. Fire when ready, Mr. Greco.
Okay, good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Yes,
And where are you currently employed?
City of Brown Hills.
Okay, the City of Romulus Police Department.
Yes,
And what is your position of employment?
I'm police officer.
Okay, and how long have you worked for the Romulus Police Department?
2 years.
Do you recall you were working on the evening of August 31st, 2020?
Plus.
Okay, do you recall being called to the scene of an accident?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you recall about that?
I recall it was on the west side of the road, here on Township ambulance, as well as the police department were on scene. And it was in our jurisdiction, so they wanted us to conduct the investigation. Per the ambulance, I believe, they stated the male appeared to be intoxicated. And that was the call once we got.
Okay, so you guys come to the scene to do an investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this was a single vehicle accident?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
A blue, Chevy Monte Carlo.
Okay. And did you encounter a person by the name of Carrie Stokes that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was Carrie Stokes that evening?
Kerry Stokes was the male in the back of the ambulance who was attempted to be interviewed, who appeared to be very intoxicated.
Okay. Is Mr. Stokes in the courtroom today?
This is,
Are you able to identify?
and he is the male directly behind you.
Yes.
Noted.
Thank you. What kind of interaction did you have with Mr. Stokes that evening, if any, at the scene?
So he was already in the back of the ambulance at the time of our arrival, but attempting to speak with him, his speech was very almost, you couldn't even understand the words he was trying to say.
Okay, so difficult to interview.
Very difficult.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And let me ask you this, as part of your job, have you had the opportunity to encounter individuals that are intoxicated? So, okay, and what type of signs of intoxication do people that are intoxicated exhibit?
Slurred speech, glossy eyes, very unsteady on their feet.
Now, Mr. Stokes was not on his feet when you got there, but were there signs and symptoms of being intoxicated?
Yes, sir. Slurred speech and odor of alcohol emanating from this person.
All right, so when you get to the scene, what is it that you do? Sounds like you had some interaction with Mr. Stokes, the ambulance, what else?
We also interviewed the passenger of the vehicle.
Okay, so there was another individual there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, looking at the report, looks like the person's name was Jason Porter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so did you make a determination that evening as to who was the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Spoke to Jason Porter, stated he was the passenger. He was riding inside the vehicle with Mr. Stokes. Because Mr. Stokes told him he knew where he was going, that's why he was driving.
Officer Otter, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 1. I ask you to take a moment to take a look at that. What is this exhibit?
This is a picture of the vehicle that ran off the roadway.
Okay. Do you know, did you take this picture or did you know a part of it? You know?
I believe my partner took the picture.
Okay. Is this the picture of the defendant's Monte Carlo off the side of the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does this photograph accurately depict the scene that evening with the vehicle off the side of the road?
Does.
Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit number 1.
Thank you. Mr. Stokes, any objection to that being admitted? Thank you. That'll come in as People's 1.
As part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to go into the car?
Yes, sir.
Right. Would that be a routine part of the investigation when you're potentially making an arrest for drunk driving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what do you recall about going into the car?
In the vehicle, there was multiple bottles of Bud Light. Multiple bottles were actually cold to the touch, appeared to be possibly recently purchased or recently taken out of a fridge. Multiple open containers, as well as empty ones, and new ones as well.
Officer Otter, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 2. And ask you to take a look at that. It's a series of 4 photographs,
Just for the record, 4 pages.
4 pages.
Thank you.
These pictures. And what are these pictures of?
These pictures are of alcohol that was in the vehicle.
Okay.
You searching it?
Okay. Do these photographs, well, let's go, the first one looks like a photograph with like a Bud Light case and some bottles strewn about. Okay. The second picture, what is that?
Those are the two empty, or 2 bottles of Bud Light. outside of the packaging they came in.
Okay, looks like, does it look like they're sweating a little bit? Is that,
Yes.
were they cold to the touch? And what's the third picture?
Third picture is a six pack of Bud Light with bottles missing out of it.
And then the fourth picture?
Fourth picture is a picture of a open Bud Light in the back seat. Pocket of one of the seats, as well as multiple Bud Light bottles, including a six pack of bottles missing.
Okay. And now you indicated that one of the bottles is open. Which one?
The one in the pocket. of the-
Oh, on the seat right here?
Is,
Okay. Was there any alcohol in it?
I do not recall exactly.
Do you recall any open bottles that had alcohol in it?
I do not, but I'm also seeing empty one on the ground as well. There's an empty bottle,
Got it.
Bud Light on the ground.
Do these photographs accurately depict the inside of the defendant's vehicle that evening?
They do.
Your Honor, move for admission of exhibit 2.
Any objection, Mr. Stokes? That'll come in as people's too. Thank you.
And at this time, officer, I'm going to play you a brief video just to make sure we've got.
He's gonna do an, share on screen.
That should come up on that screen right in front of you folks. Should.
You can share, I think it's just on the big screen. Click on share now.
Okay,
Is it coming up?
so
It's not coming up?
No, because
you see,
maybe we have to turn.
Oh, it's just gonna come up there. Okay.
you can see the screen. Oh, okay, there. So, before I'm about to play this video, Officer Otter, does this look, what does this look like? What video does this look like?
It's like the dash cam to one of our patrol cars.
Okay. Now I'm gonna hit play and I'm gonna advance a little bit, so we don't have to see 1 minute of you guys drive. While looking at this video, does this look like Cannon Road?
It does look like Cannon Road. We're approaching the Huron Township vehicles that were already on scene.
You're approaching the intersection, the T-bone intersection, stop for a minute, of Pennsylvania Road and Cannon Road.
Yes, sir.
So Pennsylvania Road is to the left of the screen, correct?
Correct.
Heading west into Hannon Road, and you're approaching a stop sign at that corner, correct?
Correct.
Now, looking at this video, does this look like the dash cam video of the vehicle that you were in that evening?
That is correct.
That is the vehicle, okay. Now, I stopped it right here. What do we see on the screen here?
See suspect vehicle.
Okay, off to the side of the road as described,
Correct.
okay, and then we see the ambulance to the left.
Yeah.
Correct. This is the scene that you showed up on, correct?
That's correct.
Now, does this video accurately depict what occurred that evening up to this point with the vehicle you encountered?
Yes.
Your Honor, with respect to this portion of the video, we move for admission of exhibit number 3.
Mr. Stokes, any objection?
I only object if that's the conclusion.
Well, that's all, that's the only portion he's attempting to get into evidence at this point. What we've seen so far is all he's trying to admit.
The entire radio.
You can,
No, I have no objection to the entire video being played. It's just not, it's gonna be dash cam video of people walking around. And I don't think it's relevant, so I'm not planning on playing it. But Mr. Stokes, you're able we'll play it if you want to play it as part of either your cross-examination or your case in chief.
Yeah, I won't ask you to stop it or anything, I just, judge that you.
How long is the video? From here till the end of the,
13, it's 13 minutes.
okay, have you watched this in its entirety?
Yeah, last year.
Okay, so I'm not gonna play 13 minutes of nothing if that's all we're gonna see. Okay, okay, thank you.
So,
So any objections to admitting what we've seen, what we've watched? The portion that we've seen? Any objections? You're going to get a chance at that, but at this point, the question is, do you object to this little snippet? I don't know how long we got, 1 minute or whatever it is, of video being admitted as People's #3 exhibit.
Well, you know why I'm objecting, because I may want to use a portion of it during cross.
Well, A, you can certainly refer to what's admitted as evidence, just like one of these documents you could do. And if you want to replay what's already admitted, we can replay it. All right, so no objection? Okay, so that portion of the video that we've already seen is admitted as People's #3.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I wanted to do this just so the jury got a good visual of the scene that that's it, for the purpose of relevance with respect to it.
Go ahead.
Officer Otter, were you able to provide, or perform any field sobriety tests on Mr. Stokes that evening?
No, sir, he refused.
And was he kind of strapped down on the gurney by the time you got there?
Yes.
Or at that point in time, once you attempt to interview Mr. Stokes, can't do field sobriety tests, he's already in the ambulance, and you already testified that you went over to the car to take a look at it. What's the next thing that happens at the scene as far as what do you guys do?
So my partner was speaking to the passenger while I began to look in the vehicle. And we conducted an inventory search for the vehicle as well, besides just a suspicion of operating intoxicated. The vehicle needed to be impounded, so I was conducting my inventory search when I located all the open alcohol as well as the closed alcohol that was in there.
Okay. And then, once you do your investigation, do the inventory, we saw the photographs of the beer bottles in the car. What's the next thing that happens with respect to the case, like procedurally, time-wise?
Time-wise, we read them their PI 177, which is their chemical test rights. They have the right to refuse or say, they didn't submit to a test. So refused, so we went back to the station and got a search warrant while he was being transported to below Taylor.
Okay, so you're saying, in your testimony, the DI 177, that's the chemical test rights that consent to either a blood draw or an intoxicant, correct?
Yes,
Okay, you're saying that he refused.
correct.
Okay. And then at that point in time, you're saying that he's then, because it includes that scene, transported to Corwell Health Taylor.
Correct.
And what do you guys do with the vehicle?
We impound the vehicle, I believe it was towed by Pro Towing. And then we went back to the station to complete our search warrant.
Okay. And then once the search warrant is completed, what's the next thing that happens?
The next step is you make a copy, so you can give it to the people at the hospital, so they have a copy of it. You go to the station and then, you go to the hospital and you give it to the RN or whoever is able to perform the blood draw. Provide them the search warrant and they collect his blood.
Okay. And as far as presence during the blood draw or collection, would that be you or Officer Max?
It would have been Officer Matheson.
And then once the blood is drawn, we'll get into that with Mr. Matheson, other than, creating a report, does that basically conclude your investigation for the evening?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Mr. Stokes, questions for Officer Otter?
Yes.
You stated that, you were call to the scene of the accident. And so that, and video shows you speeding, to the scene. You stated that, upon your arrival, I was already.
That's correct.
I assume that you're unaware of who called me.
I'm unaware, that's correct.
Then, you said you're a partner, Matheson. Were you guys traveling in different vehicles or?
We're in the same vehicle.
Yeah, we're in the same vehicle. Okay. Your immediate action when she was basically your policy.
I do not recall my exact actions, but I probably went over to passenger of the vehicle, as well as went and checked on you based on the statements from the officers on scene, as well as the paramedics.
Didn't really, you know.
As far as after talking to you,
Yes.
just went, did my search of the vehicle and gathered more information that I needed.
So you have dash cam video from your vehicle, which is clear. Were you wearing a body cam?
Was,
Do you have, body cam footage? Did you?
body cam footage from me, that's correct.
Okay. Do you have body cam footage of you, searching the vehicle?
There's going to be bits of it because you need to shut the video off to take pictures, but. So when I was taking pictures of the open intox, I needed to shut the recording part off in order to take photographs.
It didn't seem more, practical to take video and then photo.
I can't attach video to my reports, I attach photographs.
That's what I'm saying. You started the video. You said that you started the video and then instant searching the video. And then you said you shut the body cam off to take pictures.
That's correct.
So when you shut the body cam off, were you done taking video?
And what I need to see inside the vehicle, yes, there's most likely going to be video of the open intox, so I need to take specific pictures to show the empty cans, the full cans. In fact, they were still cold, the sweat on them. I need to take individual photographs and it's recorded, because I can't attach recordings to my reports.
Right, so what I'm trying to establish here is that you started taking video, then you stopped it, and then you took pictures, and then you started video again.
That is correct.
That's what I'm asking. I'm asking you, would have been any more practical to either take the photos first or take the video first, so that you wouldn't have to interrupt that video.
How am I supposed to know there was open intox in the vehicle before I went in there to take photographs?
Well, you would have proceeded with the video, that would have shown.
I was initially recording when I went inside the vehicle. When I observed the open intox, I needed to take photographs. So I needed to stop my video to take photographs.
Stopping the video isn't, because you wanted to stage something.
That is correct, sir. You can see in our dash cam, as well as my own body cam that gets turned on immediately after I take photos. I don't carry open intox in my patrol car to place in other people's vehicles.
Now, I would say you place there, I'm just saying.
You're accusing me of
Perhaps stage scene.
No, sir. Everything in the vehicle remained the exact same spot. Everything that was in there before I got there was the same after. There was nothing that
I mean, that's your testimony now.
back to the case. Yes, sir.
You now here is spoke on. You're telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir. As can be seen on video.
Okay, now let's fast forward to your, police report. Did you or Officer Matheson, comply with this police report, or did you guys?
I wrote the police report.
You wrote the,
That's correct.
okay. Can you tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Here on, page 4 of 7. It says, on one line, where it says relationship, it says Carrie Stokes was the driver of the vehicle. Jason Darnell Porter was the passenger of the vehicle that stated that Carrie Stokes was the driver of the vehicle.
That is correct.
Why was your video on the interview on this report?
Mr. Porter was interviewed, as you can see on the top, by my partner.
What was the video?
There's gotta be body cam footage of it.
We can turn you overall body cam footage, whether someone's on or off, I don't know. Sometimes they're on or off during lead information, whatever it is, sometimes, so you turn them off, sometimes they don't go on. I know there's some video with regard to Matheson, there is no video with respect to the viewers reporter.
Real quick, I just wanted to touch on it's, your alleged interaction with me. You said that, you said on the record, and also said, police report, that I refuse the PUT.
That's correct.
You still testify?
He did refuse the PBT, that is correct.
Okay. Well, right here in the police report, under where it says, PUT. It said, not taken due to circumstances of him. Needing medical treatment for his mostly unresponsive state. Officers believe this to be consistent with being highly intoxicated, as well as those beer bottles in the vehicle. So,
If he's gonna read, excuse me, objection, if he's gonna read portions of the police report, the officer see it. Yeah.
Go ahead. You can approach. You can approach.
you have a
Yeah.
Thank you.
Correct, and the response to that, it's the same as inevitable discovery. Your inability to even speak with us, the same as a refusal. You were never charged with a refusal, you were never written a citation for it, you were never attempted to be charged with it, but you not being able to speak or talk to us is a refusal. You are not able to consider this. If you are unable to talk to us and say, yes, I'm willing to take this because of your high level of intoxication, that's the same as I put in there that, we didn't charge you with refusal, but it was inevitably refused because if you weren't able to take it. Because you couldn't speak.
I'm saying, it says who?
Says him. He's testifying. That's what he's explaining to you.
Like, is there something in the protocol? Is there some type of rule that says that?
If you are unable to complete a certain task based on your level of intoxication or just, if you had someone with, for instance, if you had an individual who was paralyzed, you can't ask them to do the walking turn. That's not, they can't do that. That's not a legitimate request. So if I'm requesting you to take a PBT and you can't even speak, that's a refusal. You can't do it.
That would be an inability.
And just to clarify, you were never charged with it. We never tried to charge you with refusal.
No, I never said.
But you not speaking to us could be perceived as a refusal.
I was speaking, you just couldn't hear.
Okay, it's Q and A. You're gonna get a chance to make all the argument you want to when you testify, if you testify. But this is just Q and A. He's answered the question.
Um, Okay, I want to direct your attention to page 507, the very top paragraph. It says, Huron Valley Ambulance employee, Cody Home Place. Testified, and Laura Key, previously testified, had advised that there was a male later identified as Stokes, was originally uncooperative and refused to get out of the driver's seat of the vehicle. Huron Township Valley Ambulance, no, I'm sorry, okay. Yeah.
That the ambulance.
The ambulance later advised that they were able to get the male out of the driver's seat and took him in the ambulance due to his mostly unresponsive behavior due to his high levels of intoxication. It seems, I want to ask you, I'm not asking you, but it seems as though you're alleging your report that, Mr. Coley and Ms. Laura, observed me in the driver's seat of the vehicle, is that correct?
I do not have my Cat D card with me, but the original call that we got, the phone notes that we have, I do believe, said that exact thing, that there was a male in the driver's seat who was uncooperative, who was not getting out of the vehicle. And then they were able to get him out.
Who said informed you of that?
Yeah, our dispatch notes, I believe, reflect that.
Your dispatch.
That is correct.
So I would be sending a report your dispatch, or you named.
I don't have it under an interview. I'm not putting that words in someone else's mouth. I'm simply saying the dispatch notes that we got stated that. That's my recollection. That's what our dispatch notes said.
So why would you name two people specific?
Because that's originally, we got called by the ambulance is what I was originally told. I cannot verify that.
So you can't verify that anyone, let alone Cody or observed me in the driver's.
I actually, unfortunately, they were not seeing it. This was later found out that a police officer did observe me in the driver's seat. A Huron Township police officer observed me in the driver's seat.
Or you look as far as to specifically name these people? Why wouldn't you go as far as to name that specific officer?
It was later discovered after the report was already turned in and submitted.
Well, there is a such thing as an amendment.
I cannot go back and edit my reports to my approach.
You're saying that him saying that another officer said that that's hearsay because he had no evidence of any officer saying that. He has no evidence, that's hearsay.
Okay, well, hearsay is only important if there's an objection, and there's no objection, but your record, you've made a note for the record. Okay. Mr. Greco?
And he's asking the question.
Right.
Rules in court is that if you ask a question, you might get an answer that you don't like, so you're supposed to be careful of questions that you ask.
Yeah, and it's out. It's out.
But I do have an objection, just for the record, with respect to the report. I mean, generally speaking, I'm allowing and not objecting to the report and all the things coming in. These are imperfect things that are written at the beginning of an investigation and why they're generally not admissible in court. However, I'm giving Mr. Stokes some leeway to ask these questions.
Understood.
Already had an issue. I'm trying, I don't know how to, because it's very, had this, complaint that he wrote, it's
Mr. Stokes, I've already ruled on the complaint.
set up, how am I? This is all, like.
Mr. Stokes, that's the fact that you don't know how process works. That's on you. You've chosen to represent yourself. I'm not, my job is not to educate you on trial practice today. My job is to run the trial. So move on with your questions for the officer unless you're done.
Well, Mr. Cody and Miss Laura, just so you know, testified to the fact that when they showed up, I was out of the
That is correct, but your own friend on scene said that he was the passenger, that you were the driver.
right, but well,
Okay, Q and A, it's not argument, it's Q&A.
so the gentleman that was with me was interviewed. You said you didn't interview the partner. So where were you when the partner was talking to this court?
I was most likely in an ambulance with you because they were stating they were very irate and giving them problems, so I wanted to stand by in case they needed assistance.
So as it stands, you yourself, would you refer to yourself as the arresting officer?
I am the arresting officer, that is correct.
So at that point, you had no concrete evidence of who was driving that car.
Mr. Stokes, a completely sober man, tells me that he was the passenger of a vehicle, was just involved in an accident. And that the reason you were driving specifically, he referred to you because you knew where you were going, as well as the vehicle also being signed in your name. And I believe that's enough evidence to arrest you for operating while intoxicated.
Okay, so let's establish at what point was I placed under arrest?
You were placed under arrest when we determined you were the driver.
And you didn't, witness that prior to.
That is correct, but I was writing a report, I wrote in there what he told me. I'm using a fellow officer's verbal statement in my report.
Okay, but again, this report was done, if it was created on 11/20/24.
So 11/20.
On the ground.
Right, that's probably the friend's date.
8/31/2024. On the initial offense page, where it shows you the date and time.
Is that page 1, officer?
Yes.
Thank you.
You said that in, completely sober individual tells you that someone was driving. You tend to believe that first.
Let me rephrase just for the record in general, but when a male who appears to be sober states he is the passenger of the vehicle and that he alluded to you and you weren't driving only because you told him where you were going, because you guys were headed back to Ohio. That is the statement we gained from him. That was one of the things we used to put you in the driver's seat, considering there's only 2 of you there.
You didn't think to get him,
You showing no sign of intoxication. What's my reasoning?
so you already stated that you had difficulty, speaking with me.
You were having difficulty speaking. I was talking to you just fine.
Well, understanding me, sorry.
Yes. Yep.
Did you have any further, interaction with that night?
After the blood draw, we left you at the hospital because we believed your VAC was so high, it was possibly needed to be evaluated by medical professionals.
Okay. Again, did we have a conversation while you were there?
After the blood draw, we left. We did not, no,
You didn't have any conversation,
not to my knowledge,
or to your recollection?
not to my recollection. I do not believe I had any conversation with you, no.
Did you have body cam footage for that? You will have to send that body cam footage. Person would be involved in the hospital.
But what, sorry,
I can clarify, it's Officer Madison that you think.
Well, he was one of them. Okay, so you didn't have a conversation there.
I did not.
So. The gentleman that was riding, he told the car that I was driving. You guys don't on this word. And the rest of it.
You are also the, not necessarily the owner of the vehicle, but you signed it over in your name, which would also mean you're most likely the one who's gonna be driving it.
That's the point that I'm trying to get to.
Right, so we have his verbal statements.
To me, speculation.
No, hard facts put together. If you have two people saying, you know, I did this or he did this, we know that operating while intoxicated generally puts people in an impaired state where they cannot operate a motor vehicle, which is why it's legal. It is not very common to get someone running off the road there. That is the first accident in 2 years, Pennsylvania and that I have handled. 2 whole years, I happened to be because of what we believe to be an intoxicated driver. It doesn't have to.
You saying.
Majority of the drivers do
You're
not.
saying, you're saying words like. We tend to believe, or, you know, things like that.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object this,
I-
questioning is argumentative.
Okay. Do you have any redirect for this officer? Officer, you can step down. Watch your step. Next witness.
The prosecution calls Officer Marcus Max.
Thanks, Tim. Officer, all the way up front. Raise your right hand. Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Watch your step on the ramp. Settle in that chair. When you're ready, Mr. Greco.
Good morning, officer. Morning. You currently employed?
I am.
Where are you currently employed?
Romulus Police Department,
Okay, and what's your position of employment there?
police officer,
All right, how long have you worked?
2 years.
Were you working on the evening of August 31st, 2024? And was your partner that evening Officer Christian Otter?
He was.
You recall responding to a scene of a single vehicle automobile accident at the corner of Pennsylvania and Hannah Road?
Yes.
Okay, that was in the city of Romulus, correct? And I think we've established through other testimony that you haven't been in here for that originally Huron Valley or Huron Township was called, and then you, correct?
Yes.
And is it true that Huron Township and the ambulance was already on the scene when you guys got there?
They were.
Do you recall encountering the person by the name of Harry Stokes that evening?
I do.
Okay, is Mr. Stokes in the courtroom today?
He is.
And where is he situated?
He is, directly behind you, sitting at the table.
Noted.
What was your interaction with Mr. Harry or Mr. Stokes that evening at the scene, from what you recall?
I didn't have a ton of interactions with Mr. Stokes. I
Okay.
was out on the scene,
Mm-hmm.
looking at the accident track, looking at the wheels, for the crash report. I was going to be assisting my partner with the crash report.
Okay.
And at one point I spoke with a passenger in the vehicle
Okay.
who is not present. And other than that, I saw Mr. Stokes in the ambulance. And the extent of my interactions, I believe,
Okay, and you spoke with the passenger, was it a Mr. Jason Porter?
it was.
Okay. And did you have any conversation with him regarding who was driving the vehicle?
I did.
Okay, and who did he indicate was driving?
Mr. Porter indicated that he was the passenger in the car and that he was not driving.
All right, so you indicated, at least for your involvement, you did not have much interaction with Mr. Stokes at the scene.
On the scene.
On the
Yes, sir.
scene, correct. He was in the ambulance already when you got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, I think you established that the ambulance took Mr. Stokes to the Taylor Corwell Health table, correct?
Yes,
Okay, did you end up at Corwell Health table?
I did.
Okay, and what was the purpose of you being there?
We were going to conduct a blood draw for Mr. Stokes.
Because, your understanding, there was a suspicion of drunk driving, correct? Part of your investigation and Chris Anonymous investigation, correct? Okay, so what's the process for a blood draw? What, explain to the jury, like, why are we doing a blood draw? What's up?
So there's multiple ways. Once you're under the arrest for the charge of drinking and driving, or OWI, you have a few things. It's implied consent in the state of Michigan to get a driver's license. There's implied consent that says that you must submit to a chemical test. That chemical test can be breath, blood, or urine. The chemical test is optional on the scene, but it is required by the state of Michigan. I know that sounds kind of contradictory. All right, so we read people the form that the state of Michigan provides us.
Addressing the jury.
He's answering the question, but it is becoming narrative, so let's do Q&A.
So you explained that you start to read the chemical test rights, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the chemical test right inform the, individual of their rights, correct?
yes, sir.
And inform them of their consequences with respect to reviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this case, did he refuse, consent to a chemical test?
He did.
Okay, so once that happened, what did you do, or what happened?
With this case, before we made the hospital,
Yeah.
we preemptively applied for a search warrant and were granted a search warrant in case we got a refusal. So we showed at the hospital with the search warrant in hand. And the search warrant was presented for a blood draw.
Okay, so at this point in time, officer. Play a video. Okay, so first of all, officer, so we can hear the audio, so there's gonna be a little bit of an echo, because I'm on Zoom as well. So first of all, officer, we started playing the recording. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
Does it, we see some sheets of paper and some hands, is that your hands?
those are my hands.
Is this your body cam video?
It is.
And where are you going?
I'm walking into the emergency room of Corwell Taylor Hospital.
And it looks like you're looking at some sheets of paper. What are those sheets of paper?
I have a DI 177, which is the consent for blood draw, and a DI 93, which is a refusal for a blood draw. Or a chemical test.
Yeah, it looks, I stopped, it looks like you went into a room in the emergency room, so it's not like an admitted hospital room, you're still in that area, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and it looks like there's somebody laying under some white sheets there, who is that?
that's Mr. Stokes.
Oh,
The man that comes around is the department, okay? Get that done and over with, so we can get back to sleep, okay? I gotta read you something.
everyone here?
I can also clean the seats, okay, I gotta read what the word first, okay? You were arrested for the offense of operating vehicle while intoxicated due to consumption of alcohol or liquor, a controlled substance, or other intoxicating substance or combination. I require you that you take a chemical test, check for alcohol and or controlled substances or intoxicating substances in your body. If you are asked to take or took a preliminary breath test before your arrest, you must still take the test I am offering. If you refuse to take this chemical test, it will not be given without a court order, but I may seek to obtain such a court order. Your refusal to take this test shall result in suspension of your operator's or chauffeur's license designation or operating privilege, and a admission to 6 points to your driver's license. After taking my chemical test, you have the right to demand that a person of your own choosing administer a breath, blood, or urine test. You will be given a reasonable opportunity for such a test. You are responsible for obtaining a chemical analysis of the test taken by a person of your own choosing. The results of all chemical tests shall be admissible in judicial proceeding and will be considered with other medical evidence in determining your innocence or guilt. Will you take a blood test? So I'm going to explain to you in layman's terms, okay?
It was hard to understand Mr. Stokes. Do you recall what he said?
Not exactly, no, sir.
Okay. But based upon your response, it sounds like there was,
It was a refusal.
yeah.
What this means is that if you refuse, I'm gonna get a search warrant for your blood, so I'm gonna get your blood, okay? I'm already, I have to stand up, okay? So if you refuse, what's gonna happen is your license is gonna be automatically suspended, will not have a driver's license anymore, okay? And you're gonna get 6 points added to your driver, whether you're drunk or not, okay? Okay.
No, just for a moment, this is a drunk driving case, and you made a statement regarding, what the points were be for a penalty for a refusal. That's separate and apart from drunk driving, that's the law if you refuse a chemical test, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're not here about that,
Correct.
okay?
Which leads to a clinical test, a blood test. What? All right, your license is gonna be suspended immediately. Yeah, we're-
Now, officer, looking at this video, it looks like that, you're now dealing with nurses, you read them this chemical, right? What's happening now?
So right now, I'm retrieving search warrant to provide to the nurses so they can add the search warrant to their records. So they can get the blood draw, make sure that that search warrant is signed and official before they do the blood draw.
Here, it looks like you're just making sure the paperwork is correct.
So while waiting, for the blood draw, I don't actively participate in the blood draw. But while waiting for the blood draw to be done, I started filling out the mandatory paperwork. That's a DI 93, which is the refusal form.
you get to buy those things. You
Okay. You just held up a box, yes, and you said the word seal. Yes, sir. What are you doing?
I'm presenting that box to the nurses and I presented it to Mr. Stokes. Asking, ensuring that the box is sealed from the state of Michigan, the integrity seal is still on.
And what is the box?
The box is the blood draw kit.
Okay, I think we refer to it as the MSD Michigan State Police Blood Draw Kit.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the kit that's presented to the hospital for a blood draw.
Yes.
Right, and the reason why it's sealed is for procedural protection, to make sure there's clean instruments in it to do it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so officer, at this time in the video, it looks like you guys have opened the kit, are getting the paperwork together, your side, the nurse's side, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall there being an issue with the search warrant that evening?
I recall there being an issue. I do not recall what the issue was.
Okay. If somebody, do you recall if there was a slight pause in getting the correct search warrant, or there was something that was a problem with the name or something?
There was a slight pause with the search warrant, with the blood draw procedure.
Okay.
Once the issue with the search warrant was brought to my attention, I put a pause in the room on the blood draw and did not let it proceed until the search warrant was received by hospital staff.
You guys know that we did ask. Okay, so.
This sounds like a discussion about where the individual was, could have been taken to a different medical facility.
Yes, so we normally use Corwell Lane. The ambulance decided to take them to Corwell Lane.
I literally said.
Your Honor, and to Mr. Stokes, there's 2 minutes left in this video that then stops, so I'm just gonna play it through this way.
That's fine.
Um. Yeah, yeah. Which one was mine?
Is this where you're having a discussion with Officer Hunter about the name and you?
I am.
We're gonna concentrate you out. And we're hopefully on Abigail's gonna be nice to meet you. Maybe Allie then. All right, all very good.
So this would be about sending the correct search warrant for the,
Yes,
So that way, we get the. I don't.
Yes, if it's.
Okay, Officer Madison. So the video has now stopped with. Alright, the video has been stopped. With respect to this encounter, as you guys are waiting for the search warrant. Correct? Right, so you put a pause like you would indicate on the nurses. What's the next thing that happened?
the nurse, I believe her name is, received the search warrant in her email, printed it, brought it into the room. It was determined that it was valid, and these.
And then, and the nurse, Abigail Monroe is one who actually does the blood draw with the equipment,
Yeah.
correct? And what is your role and her role with regard to the kit that happens at the hospital there?
So my role is to just monitor and make sure I'm marking the times that the tubes are drawn. And then at the end, she initials them. And once the blood draw is complete, the seals are put on it, the box is boxed up. The seal, the shipping integrity seal is placed on the kit, and the kit is placed in outgoing mail at the Romulus Police Department.
So you take it from the hospital after it's sealed and initialed by you and the nurse. Take it back to the Romulus Police Department and then put it in the mail to the state lab for it to be tested.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, other than perhaps some paperwork, does that really conclude your involvement in the case?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Stokes, questions for this officer?
Yes.
Right. So I forgot to move for admission of exhibit, what exhibit are we on?
The body cam footage, number 4. That would be people's 4.
Move for admission before.
Mr. Stokes, any objections? That'll come in as people's 4. Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Stokes.
So that was another you stated in the lab, how many years it's been on the force. It was
2 years with the Romulus Police Department.
2 years.
Yep.
Okay, now I, cross-examined you, first of all, let me add was, Officer Howard, your partner, the question.
He wasn't.
Okay. Now, your partner informed this board that, the two of you, jointly comprise, the, police report, is that correct?
He wrote the police report, yes, sir.
You had no,
I did not write the police report, no, sir.
you had no, at all, in writing.
I did not write the police report. I gave him my accounts of my discussion.
So you. You have the copy of that so that we can follow. Okay, I want to. I asked your partner. Officer Oakley. Well, I mistakenly, said that this report was created, 11/20/24, and he, Mr. Officer Otter, brought to my attention that the date and time of the report is on the front page there. And it says, 8/31/2024. You agree that that was around the time of the report was written?
That's the time that the incident occurred.
It's, yeah, because it says report date and time. Occurrence date and time. They're identical.
Yes, sir, the reported time when this started and the occurrence time. So how this works is sometimes a crime can be reported that happened last week. So we're reporting it on today's date, but the crime occurred the week previous. So that's why it's written that way. Sometimes it can be the same, sometimes it can be different. That's not the time that the report is written, it's the time that it is reported.
The way this has specific boxes, it says occurrence date and time. 8/31/2024 at the hour of 10 p.m.
10:45, yes,
10:45 p.m.
yes,
So this is a report, a police report,
yes, sir.
okay? If you guys put this information that,
Well, I'm gonna object to this line of questioning, for the reason of lack of foundation with respect to Mr. Stokes' question. It's okay, because we're gonna explain. These are police reports that are police report forms. If you get into the form, like Officer Matheson testified in the front, if you get into the form where the narratives and the information is provided, it is specifically documented where the narrative is on when it was written. Your Honor, so my objection is this lack of foundation with respect to any insinuation that the times and dates.
Sustained. Next question.
okay. We'll move on for that because, at best, we said this arbitrarily, but it's, I don't know.
Just move on. You don't have to explain why you're moving on.
Okay. We have, Huron Valley ambulance, the employees, Mr. Coley Homeworks and, Laura. Steve, are you familiar with this?
I am.
In this police report, on page 507. It states, it says, Huron Valley ambulance employee Cody Humphreys Borski advised that there was a male later identified as Stokes for originally uncooperative and refused to get out of the driver's seat of the vehicle. The whole same computer was completed, later advised that they were able to get the male out of the driver's seat and took him in the ambulance due to his mostly unresponsive behavior due to high levels of intoxication. Did you, advise, Officer Otter of that information, or did he, admit that on his own?
I did not write the report, so I did not put that information in the report, sir.
You did right, you did advise him.
I did not advise him on this part. The only part I advised him in is noted in the report.
What can you state for the record, what, part you were involved?
The passengers heading on the same page, page 5 of 7.
Okay, so you have, video footage of your interaction with me at the hospital,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
All of this video is part of the investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is not only your duty, but to be fair, you want to submit everything, and you want to record, you want to gather as much evidence as possible, correct?
Oh, sir.
Okay, so where's the video of you interviewing with support?
I'm not aware of it, sir.
Now, Officer Aller testified that, after the initial encounter, he received additional information. Did you receive any additional information?
I don't know what information you're talking about, so you'd have to refresh my memory.
I'm just asking you personally, did you receive any additional information after the initial?
So I deal with case after case after case every night. I cannot specifically recall any details of yours coming up afterwards.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Peter Greco was kind enough to, point out in here, what date and time, this, record. We did this source that said jury on from the state. The date and time was, 9/1/2024 at 12:25 a.m. So that's pretty much shortly after, because
Okay, Q&A. You got a witness, it's Q&A. Q&A.
so the date and time for this report, it was written at 9/1/2024 at 12:25 a.m. So that's the next day. It was late anyway.
Q&A, Mr. Stokes, you testify. Q&A.
Officer Howard testified that, after that, spoke with, supporter, and the supporter, alluding to the fact that I was driving. You guys at that point just took his word.
We put it in the report. He stated that he was the passenger in the car. And he was the only other person besides yourself who was present on the scene.
So he took his word without the track.
We put it in the reports.
Well, you did more than put him in the court, you were arrested. So you did more than put him.
So we take what we have for probable cause, and we made an arrest with probable cause. Yes, sir.
Right, okay. So now there was two individuals, present in the car. We know this, myself, Mr. Porter. Y'all interviewed him. Y'all asked him, who's driving. How come y'all like, come trying to ask me who's driving?
With the limited interactions that I had with you, Mr. Stokes, you were extremely uncooperative in the ambulance, and the ambulance needed to get you to the hospital for treatment. So your treatment was more paramount than that interview at that moment.
So my treatment, I called you,
Okay, Q and A. Last time I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Stokes.
just decided to arrest me.
Mr. Stokes, I'm gonna make you sit down unless you ask him a question. I don't want to hear any more testimony from you from the podium. Well, then take direction, and you're not taking direction. Q and A.
So just to go back. Off of his word alone, y'all arrested me. I'm just trying to establish. Off of his word alone, y'all arrested me.
We had a witness who was willing to speak with us and someone who was uncooperative. So based on the information we had at hand, we made the call that we had probable cause to make an arrest.
But y'all proceeded with that arrest. How come y'all didn't make a follow-up interview with me? Y'all just arrested me, charged me. Y'all never asked me, why didn't y'all ever ask me who was driving?
You were at the hospital, we were doing our side, the paperwork side, to obtain a search warrant for your blood.
What's that?
We were doing our paperwork after we established probable cause to make an arrest.
Mhm.
And then we went to the station to do our paperwork in order to obtain a search warrant.
Okay, can you, describe the method of how you go about getting a search warrant?
Sure. Essentially, what we do is we gather our probable cause. We present that information to a judge. The judge gets it via email through a form that is made for us by the Round Hills Police Department. We fill in the answers to the questions on that form, and then we send that to the judge to review. And then if the judge approves, the judge sends that search warrant back to us signed through email, and then we have a search warrant.
So do you recall what you put in that report that you submitted to the judge who signed the search warrant?
I did not do the search warrant, sir. I did not author the search warrant.
You didn't know?
I did not author the search warrant.
You didn't know? Are you aware who did?
I am. Officer Otter.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. But you were the one who think that it was me?
correct.
Okay. Or take the court here, again, why you felt the need to be so thorough to do all this body cam footage for the, search warrant? But you didn't care to have a video with you entering this book.
So my body camera is automatically connected to the car I'm in. When the lights are on and I open my door, the body camera turns on. It's automatic. I don't turn it on or off when I exit a car with the lights on. So if the body camera was recording and it's not presented as evidence, I can't testify as to why it's not here. But if the body camera is connected properly to the car, then it records when I exit the car with the lights on automatically. Or I can double tap my chest like so, which will turn my body camera on, which is inside of my vest.
Okay, so either two. Um. Would you say that you, first of all, wait, let me backtrack. Did you, submit all of the body cam footage to prosecution?
That's not my responsibility, sir. That gets uploaded to the cloud automatically. I have no part in uploading or deleting. I cannot delete footage. I have no part in uploading. It uploads automatically.
It uploads automatically. And it records automatically due to the circumstances you just, outlined.
Yes, sir.
So would you say that your body cam footage of the interview with Ms. Porter is in the cloud and that it's available to not only your police department, but prosecution?
I'm unaware, sir.
You're on the work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Why do you think all of this footage exists as evidence in this case? And your body cam footage in this report, is that part, it's really an opinion question.
Mr. Stokes, I don't answer opinionated questions in court. I answer fact of matter questions, okay?
Okay, well. So, all I'm asking you that question. Is the fact of the matter that that footage got recorded and that footage is in the cloud?
That I'm not sure of, sir.
You know?
Correct.
You're asking questions. I'm not gonna get mad if you're asking questions.
Yeah.
Mr. Greco, any follow-up with this officer?
Officer, Mr. Stokes seems to be intimating with his questions that he didn't get a proper opportunity to speak with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like, that's the way I heard it. We just watched the video of you, in the hospital with him, correct?
Yes, sir.
Reading him his chemical rights, correct?
Yes, sir.
Asking him questions,
Yes, sir.
correct? At any time during that time, did he indicate that he was not the driver of the vehicle?
No, sir.
At any time, did he indicate that somebody else was driving the vehicle?
No, sir.
Did he ever deny being, driving the vehicle that evening as far as your interaction with him,
No, sir.
including what was on video at the hospital? So he would have had an opportunity, if he wanted to give his version of events, to tell you right then and there, correct?
Yes.
And he did not do that.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any recross, Mr. Stokes?
The prosecutor just asked you, did I volunteer any information? And you said, no, at the hospital, did I volunteer the information at the hospital? And you said, no. I think that's what we are at that.
Yes, sir.
Now, why was it that you didn't take the liberty of that time to ask? The investigation was still ongoing, right?
I was doing something that was a time sensitive matter. That blood draw, to get the most accurate reading on a blood draw, is a time sensitive matter. So we were there to get the blood draw. That was my official purpose at the hospital.
Okay. So why was it time sensitive?
Because alcohol in the system metabolizes. And as you get further away from the time of incident, the body metabolizes that alcohol, and the true reading of what the alcohol was in the bloodstream at the time of incident will be lower the longer you wait from the incident.
It's funny you said that. I have a medical report from that night. I was out to take a look at what I referred to.
Where, what, why, when? Question.
Okay. To this medical report. Close to the Huron Valley ambulance, I arrived.
You're testifying. You're testifying. You're gonna read something out of the report. This witness is up here to answer your question. So ask him a question,
I'm just glad to put it in question form. I was-
then put it in question form or sit down.
Put it in question. This police report, medical report states, myself,
You're on objection, I'm gonna start objection here on hearsay, you can't be reading reports and everything, and we're giving some leeway, this is not even this witness's report. Objection hearsay.
Sustained. Ask him a question.
trying to ask him a question in regard to him giving me a chance to get my side of.
Didn't ask him the question. What's that report got to do with his interaction with you? It's not his report. You can step down, officer. Watch your step. Did you folks talk about lunch? Did you come up with any kind of consensus? Do you want to keep working and see how it goes? I think from my earlier conversation, Mr. Greco might have 2 more witnesses. What do you think? Because you can always change your mind. You can tell me keep working and then you can change your mind.
Yeah.
Okay? You want a break now or are you going to need a break at some point? Right now? Yeah, we can give you a break. Yeah. Jamie, give him a quick break.
Break stretching.
You guys can take a break if you want one. This kid just watching? They're just watching?
Yeah. Right back, Heather? Yeah. Can you grab me a couple minutes?
Please.
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, where'd she go? I thought she came back out here.
These are on the other.
Oh. Oh, that's good.
It's from Andy, I resent it.
You sure?
Mine came from Andy.
I thought she sent one out just for one of them. Yeah, this isn't the one. I'll have Mariah resend it. Same seats, please. Thank you. Have a seat. Mr. Greco, next witness.
Next, the prosecution called Abigail Monroe.
Miss Monroe, come on up. Watch your step on the ramp right here. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Settle in right there. When you're ready.
Monroe. Ms. Monroe, where are you, or are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where are you currently employed?
Corwell Health.
Oh, okay. What location do you currently work at?
Currently I'm at Farmington Hills.
Okay. And, have you ever worked at Corwell Health Taylor?
Yes.
How long have you been employed with Corwell?
Since 27.
And what is your current position of employment there?
I'm a registered nurse with the labor and delivery department currently.
Okay. How long have you been in that position?
Since April.
Okay. Before April, what was your position at Cornwall?
I was a registered nurse here at Coral Taylor
How long did you get an RN?
since February of 2023.
Okay. You obviously have a degree, a nursing degree, you're an RN. Any other licenses, certifications, or anything you have connected to your job? The RN, but a state license.
Yeah,
Like
from state license.
Okay, okay. As part of your duties as a, what were you before you were an RN at Corwell?
I was a nurse extern, and then prior to being a nurse extern, I was a certified nurse assistant.
That's it. Okay, so let's see. Got it. All right, so, as part of your job duties and responsibilities as a nurse and probably as a CNA, did you have any, training or was part of your work to draw blood?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working on the evening of August 31st, 2024? Let me ask you this. You see, let me ask you this. If the records show that you were working on the evening of August 31st, 2024, would you dispute that?
No.
In August 2024, if the records show that you were working in the at like past 10, 11 o'clock at night, would that be?
Yes.
What was your shift at that time?
I worked 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. So you're not disputing that you're working on August 31st?
Correct. No, I'm not
Okay.
disputing that.
All right. When you showed up this morning, I showed you, let me refresh your recollection here. When you showed up this morning, I showed you a video of a blood draw that you were involved in. That's been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 4, I believe. Was that you in the video?
Yes, it was.
Okay, all right. Involved in a blood draw with regard to an individual with an MSP
Yeah.
blood draw kit? Okay. All right. Prior to August 31st, 2020, have you drawn blood pursuant to a police investigation using the MSP kit?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
10 to 20.
10 to 20 times, okay. So what is, we saw a little bit on the video that you're in, the box. What's in the box?
Inside the box, there's 2 vials to draw the blood. There's a non-alcoholic betadine solution to clean the patient's arm.
Okay, so the non-alcoholic solution to clean the arm, that's where the, I'm saying it, but where you do the draw,
Yes.
correct? And it's non-alcoholic for the reason of potentially an investigation as to whether or not there's alcohol in the person's blood.
Yes.
Okay. So how is it that, what is the process by which some people may come here? How do you draw blood from someone?
I asked the person that I'm gonna draw which arm they would prefer normally.
Okay,
And then I put the tourniquet on to find the vein, clean the area where the vein is at, and then use the butterfly needle to poke for the blood.
okay. And the instruments used are sterile? Okay, and they're also coming out of the box, correct? Do you recall, being presented on the evening of August 31st, 2024 with a search warrant?
Yeah.
To draw blood? Okay. You recall it's with regard to a person by the name of Carrie Stokes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall any issues or anything with regard to the search warrant that evening?
I believe there was an issue. I don't recall what the issue was.
Okay.
But we did get the search warrant and I checked it over.
Okay, so there was an issue with the initial search warrant and then a second search warrant. Was that, how was it given, provided to you?
It was emailed to my work email and I printed it out and looked over it prior to obtaining blood.
Okay, and is that part of the procedure also to match up the name on the search warrant with the patient that you have?
Yes.
And that night it was Carrie Stokes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what happened? What do you do in this case with Mr. Stokes and this MSP kit described in the picture?
So the officer brings in the kit. We take the kit, officer or myself open the kit. Most of the time it's the officer that opens the kit. I believe it was the officer that opened the kit that night. I pulled the tubes out and drew the blood and then
I labeled the blood, put the blood back into the kit, we sealed the kit, both the officer and myself signed the kit, and the kit went with the officer.
Okay. And that concludes your involvement with the matter.
Yes.
All right. Were there any issues or problems drawing blood that night? Did you follow the proper procedure as far as the hospital?
Yes.
Did you follow the proper procedure with regard to verifying the search warrant and the MSP kit and everything that comes with it?
Yes.
Okay. Once the officer walks out with it sealed, that concludes your involvement, correct? I have nothing further for this witness.
Mr. Stokes, any question for this lady? Okay. Ms. Monroe, thank you so much for your time. Watch your step on my ramp. Enjoy your day, or what's left of it. Next witness is
Abigail Hawk. So this is my first case, Your Honor, 27 years and 2 Abigails.
Double Abigails.
Witness.
Ms. Hogg, all the way up front, please. Watch your step on my incline ramp. And raise your right hand. Would you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today? Settle in that chair for me, please. Make yourself comfortable. When you're ready.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hawk. Okay. All right. Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you currently employed?
The Michigan State Police Forensic Science Lab.
Okay. And what is your position?
I'm a forensic scientist in the toxicology.
Okay. And what are the responsibilities of your position at the state forensic lab?
I analyze biological specimens like blood and urine for the presence or absence of drugs.
Can you describe your education and training for the jury?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science with a minor in criminology from the University of Tampa. And then I've gone through the Michigan State Police toxicology training.
Ms. Hawk, I'm going to approach what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 5.
Thank you.
I'd like you to take a look at this document. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is,
This is my CD, which documents my employment history, training, as well as education.
okay, so your CV is basically your resume for somebody with your expertise.
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, does this CV accurately describe your education, training, and experience?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of exhibit number 5.
Mr. Stokes, any objection? That'll come in. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Hawk, next I'd like you to describe your training in toxicology to the jury.
I did underwent training in my bachelor's degree. I also, before being employed at Michigan State Police, I was employed at Nellis County Forensics Lab down in Florida. I was trained in toxicology there. Once I moved to Michigan State, I gone through their training, and that included practical examinations, written examinations, as well as oral examinations, and you have to pass all of those before you can start testing cases. I also do take part in continuing education every year.
And so did you pass the examinations as part of your training by the Michigan State Police?
I did, yes.
And since completion of your training, have you tested blood or alcohol and drugs?
Yes.
Approximately, well, and I forget, how long have you been employed with the Michigan State Police?
The Michigan State Police, a year and 3 months.
In the year and 3 months, you had an opportunity to test blood. Approximately how many times?
About 2,100.
2,100?
Correct.
Have you testified in court before as forensic scientist?
I got this.
And approximately how many times have you testified in court?
2 other times.
And both those times were you qualified as certified board?
I was, yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, based upon the CV, the education training, and the testimony, we are making a motion to qualify Ms. Hawk as expert in the area of forensic science, specifically in the area of analyzing blood for presence of alcohol and drugs under Michigan Rule of Evidence 702.
Mr. Stokes, any objection? So qualified.
Did you test a blood sample in this case regarding the defendant Terry Stokes?
I did, yes.
How was it received in the crime lab? The same.
It was received by first class mail.
Is that the normal way that it is provided to the lab?
Yes, it's,
Okay, we had some testimony with regards to the police officers about seizure on our end, and they put it in the mail and you guys received it.
correct.
Okay. Once it is received by the lab, please describe the protocol governing the reception and documentation of this evidence.
Once it's received into a lab, one of the forensic technicians will receive that kit. They open one of the kits at a time. At this time, it's assigned a unique laboratory number that only this kit will have. The technician opens the kit and documents what's in it. Usually that is 2 blood tubes and the submission form, which we call our MS-3. That just has the information, the defendant's name, the subject's name, and then the case agent's information. That's inserted into our laboratory management system, and then gets put into a refrigeration until it's ready to test it.
So obviously you were subpoenaed to appear here in this case, so I assume that you looked over your report and you worked with regard to here. Was the protocol, as far as you're aware, followed in this case with
Yes.
regard to this sample?
Yes, was.
Any irregularity with the evidence in this matter?
No.
Now, what method does your laboratory use to determine the presence and amount of alcohol in a blood sample, a person's blood?
We use instrumentation called gas chromatography with the flame ionization detector, also known as GCFID.
Is there a protocol that is used for this method that you guys use to test for alcohol in the blood?
Yes, there is.
What is it? Or why is, first of all, why is there?
We have a protocol to ensure that all of the scientists are doing the same thing to ensure accurate results.
Was the protocol followed in this case?
It was, yes.
With respect to the testing that you described that you do, what measures, or I'll say like quality control, are used or steps taken to ensure that the results are reliable when you guys do the testing?
To begin with, we do something called a tube check. This is before we even start testing, we're just verifying that the information that is on the blood tube, the subject's name and time of draw and stuff like that, is the same as what's entered into our management system. We also have calibrators and controls that we run with our samples. These are to ensure that everything's working properly. So those calibrators teach the instrument what certain concentrations look like. And then our controls will test that throughout the run. We also run negative samples, so these are things that have no alcohol in them, and that's to ensure that there's no contamination at any point. We also do what's called a sequence check. This is when another scientist or technician comes in and makes sure that the case is being run at the right time. And then once the sample is actually done, our supervisors will check those calibrators and controls to double check, and then our report is also reviewed again by a competent scientist.
Were all of the instruments in working condition for this case?
Yes, they were.
And the quality control steps were reliable and accurate?
Yes.
How many tests did you perform on this specific blood sample from Mr. Stokes?
So we take the blood sample and we take the blood tube we take 2 samples from. Those 2 samples are then ran on 2 different instruments, and that leads us to have 4 results.
And did you obtain results after testing the blood sample in this case?
I did, yes.
Did you prepare a report?
I did.
And you was been marked as
5,
segments.
5, I think.
It was for CV.
Okay.
Oh. Thanks, Heather.
And you was been marked as People's Exhibit number 6. What is exhibit number 6?
This is a lab report that I wrote.
Does your signature appear at the bottom of the report?
It does, yes.
And what does your signature on this report signify?
That I analyzed the data and then I wrote this report.
Right, on this report, I know you indicated you did 2 tests, 4 results, right? But there's only, and we're gonna get to it, 1 result here on the test. Well, why is that?
We take an average of those 4 results, and that is the result that is reported out.
Okay, so there can be slight discrepancy and the average is the best available.
Correct.
Okay. And what is the result listed on your report?
0.214 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
At this point, we'd like to move for admission of exhibit number 6.
Mr. Stokes, any objection? That'll come in, thank you.
Ms. Hawk, do you know what the legal limit for alcohol in the state of Michigan is for operating a motor vehicle?
Yes,
What is that?
0.080 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
And the result in your test is much higher.
Correct.
Do you know what the enhanced IDHD level is, the super drunk level is for in the state of Michigan for operating a motor vehicle?
Yes,
What is it?
that is greater than 0.170 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood.
Okay, so that limit is slightly more than double than the legal limit,
Correct.
right? Is the result listed in your report higher than the legal limit for alcohol in the state of Michigan for operating a motor vehicle?
Yes,
And it's also higher than the enhanced high VAC legal limit of greater than 0.17 as well.
correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Stokes, questions for this lady?
Yes.
I think he's just.
The term, super truck. What level, I'm not sure you already said, but what level would be like close to super?
It would depend on the person. Each person's going to react to alcohol differently, so I can't give a specific number.
We perfect. Yeah. If someone were to be super in your professional opinion, how long would you say it would take them sober, like on average?
So the average elimination rate, which is how quickly your body will get rid of alcohol, for men is 0.015 grams of alcohol per 100 milliliters of blood. And for that to happen, the person has to be considered an average. So an average weight, average build, it also depends on the type of alcohol, their tolerance level, things like that. So I can't give a specific number, but average is 0.015 per hour. Yeah.
So I don't know, I don't fully, I was thinking, so would you say someone who was put off a super drunk and sober up in 2-3 hours?
It would depend on what their initial blood alcohol level is. To be at that 0, it would have to take, it would be 0.015 grams of alcohol per hour. So if they were at a 0.015 or 0.030, then it would be about 2 hours, correct? But if their level was higher, it would take longer.
Was doing something like that, but can't be faculty answer. So
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Ms. Hawk, if the blood alcohol, if the blood was drawn over an hour or more after, we know Mr. Stokes did not have any alcohol because he was in custody and with the ambulance. Would it be fair to say that at the time he was driving, at the time he was put in the ambulance, that his blood alcohol level would have been greater than 0.214?
It's possible. It depends on the last time he had a drink. Because depending on when he stopped drinking will depend on when the absorption of that alcohol would stop in the body.
Okay, so you're saying if he consumed just before the accident, I know you weren't here for testimony, but if he consumed before the accident, it could go up because it's being absorbed post-accident because he just ingested it.
Correct,
If it was before that, it's already been absorbed in the system, then it would start to go down.
correct.
Regardless, 0.214 is very high, correct?
It is higher than the legal limit, yes.
Thank you. I mean, for the-
Any follow-up, Mr. Stokes? All right, you can step down and you can go back to whatever you'd rather be doing.
Thank you.
Watch your step. Thank you for your time. Drive safely.
Thank you.
And Mr. Greco, people rest?
At this point, the people rest.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Stokes, do you have any witnesses?
No.
Do you want to testify? No testimony. What's that? Well, if you testify, he could cross-examine you. But you're a defendant in a criminal trial, so you can't be forced to testify. It's your option whether or not you testify. Okay. All right, so procedurally, the way this works is we kick you out. We're gonna have conversation and come up with the final set of jury instructions. That usually takes us 15, 20. As soon as we do that, Heather's doing it live time, so it's updating into your tablets. All right. Then I'll bring you back out here. We'll do closing arguments, and then I send you back to make the decision. So are you all right to take a break now? I'll get you back when I'm ready for final instructions. You're good to keep going? Okay, all right. Then Jamie will take you back out. Officer Garcia will take you back into the jury room. All right, so Mr. Stokes, go to the section in that blue box that says final instructions.
Hearing setup or something. Yeah, I see it.
You got it? Go to final instructions, and then page 1 should start with duties of judge and jury. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these, and I'm going to go fairly fast. So if I'm going too fast, slow me down. I'm going to go through these fairly fast. Heather's going to make notes because some of the instructions that are already in the computer or the tablet probably don't apply, and there'll probably be some that we want to add in. So for example, there's a specific jury instruction about the defendant not taking the stand. That's not already in here, but we'll put it in. Understand? So we're going to go through these together so that when we're all done, we agree those are the final instructions that go to the jury. All right? So the first one, duties of judge and jury, that's pretty standard. I don't see any change there. Presumption of innocence, burden of proof, same thing. I don't see any reason to change. Oh, defendant not testifying is in here already. You see that language? Bottom of page 1. Every defendant has the absolute right not to testify. All right. So far we're good. Read everything that's on the page. Moving into evidence. 1, 2, 3. I don't see any changes there, but I'll give you a chance to run through it, Mr. Stokes, Mr. Greco. Items, paragraphs 1 through 9. If you see anything there that you don't think is applicable,
It's all fine.
Yeah.
you're okay with those? All right, moving on. Witness credibility, page 3. 1, 2, 3. All those subheadings under 3 and 4, I think those are all pretty standard. 5, pretty standard. Read those a little bit, see if you have any issues. We all right with witness credibility, paragraphs 1 through 5?
Good as well.
All right, page 4, elements of the crimes. These are as I've read them at other stages in the trial, but go ahead and look at those. You okay with the elements? All right, moving on, time and place. August 31, 24, City of Romulus. Deliberations and verdict, pretty standard stuff. Actually, I'm okay with everything as for the rest of the page, but go ahead and look at it.
That's the value.
I'm sorry.
That's the,
We're not done yet, but just on that page, you're okay with everything there? All right, so if you go back, we're going to go to a different section, go to evidence instructions. And the first thing that comes up should be page 1, defendant statements as evidence. I'm not sure that's appropriate, Mr. Greco, because I don't know that there was any testimony about statements that Mr. Stokes made. I don't know that it hurts anything.
I mean, it could be confusing.
Because I don't think we heard any testimony about anything that's
The only
Mr.
statement that the only statements that were in were with respect to the
Refusal.
It's not a mission.
And it's not an element. So I'm thinking scratch paragraph 1, 2, 3. Mr. Stokes? You're okay with that? All right, got that, Heather? So that gets us to circumstantial evidence. I think that's appropriate given the way the testimony came out. Take a look at that, Mr. Stokes. Actually, I'm not sure if that applies. Now that I think about the testimony, I guess if for nothing else, the contents of the vehicle are circumstantial evidence. There was no direct testimony about. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Mr. Stokes? And I'm sorry if you're not done reading. No, just let me make sure you get through it and then let me know you're done reading.
Yeah,
Leave it? Okay. Now, the next couple sections, I think we have to take out. Flight, concealment, escape, there was none of that. Prior inconsistent statements used to impeach a witness, we didn't hear any of that. Agreed? All right. Stipulation, I don't think we had a stipulation. So we'll take all that out. We agreed? Then motive, we'll leave that in. Agreed? What's your objection?
how do we have a motive for OWI?
I don't feel strongly one way or the other, do you? So you took a step out.
I took everything out except one.
There was no discussion.
I'm fine with motive coming
I'm sorry?
in. I'm fine with motive coming out.
Scratch it. Right. So is there anything left on that page?
There is only
Circumstantial. Okay. All right. Now go back to the index again, and we're going to look at witness instructions. Let me know when you got it, Mr. Stokes. All right. Witness impeachment by prior conviction. There was no testimony of any of that. Number of witnesses. I always like to use that if there's more than one witness in a case. Even if there wasn't any witnesses presented by the defense, I just think it's, but once again, I don't feel strongly about it. Anybody have any feelings on that one?
I'm fine with staying.
Mr. Stokes? All right. Witness who's been interviewed by a lawyer. I think we got to scratch that because there was no testimony that anybody got interviewed ahead of time. You worried about the pretrial conversation with your witness, their nurse? All right, Mr. Stokes, any objections? There was a testimony that Mr. Greco went over the body cam video with Miss Monroe.
I've heard you, so
Leave it in? You okay? All right. And the next one is character evidence regarding conduct of defendant. We didn't hear any character evidence at all. Scratch. We'll leave expert witness in because we had Miss Hawk up.
what was that mean?
Character evidence. If, for example, I don't know about drunk driving, but let's say this was an assaultive crime. And you put a witness on, you put the pastor of your church on and say, he's the meekest, most mild guy I've never even seen him raise his voice. That would be character evidence. It wasn't, it didn't come into play today and there was no testimony about your, yeah. Right. All the evidence was just, the facts of that night, not, well, I don't know about that night, but, for years he's been this way. Okay? You make sense?
Yeah.
Take it out. Yep, take it out. So expert witness stays. Police witnesses, I always want to leave that when we have police witnesses. All right. So what we'll do, Heather, what I'm gonna ask you guys to do is just turn off your tablet, right? Turn it off
Yeah.
and restart it. And that will update. So all those changes we just agreed on should happen immediately.
Can you go to the other ones? I have to go, do the verdict sheet. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have to really turn the tablet off, just get out of the page, right? You know,
Yeah.
we re-enter the page. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Just look back, let's.
Yeah, that should do it.
Yeah.
And then if you click on my instructions, Judge Oakley instructions. And then I always check in like evidence instructions just to see if it picked up.
So Dave, I'm gonna go do the verdict sheet. Dave, did you send it?
I'm gonna walk you through, Mr. Stokes.
I just want to send me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil. Did you get it, Mr. Stokes?
Hello, Tracy.
That's what people are saying.
See, that's the only thing about it. So when I made it, I can start with final instructions, and then page through those 3 pages. Or 3 screens, I should say. Mr. Stokes, just so you know what's going on, Heather is preparing a written jury verdict form. She's gonna bring it out, she'll show it to you, she'll show it to Mr. Greco. When we agree that that's the form we want, then that'll actually go back in with the jury to the deliberations room, so they can just check the boxes. Right, and you'll see that in just a minute. She's pretty quick. Okay. I'll let you know. You're putting it in there or out here? Put it in there or out here?
So here's the basketball, 20%. Coach. Use that for us. They call it over. Stop. Over. They wrote there, but then there's something. Oh. So, on the last RNC that had, he feels fall, I think, yeah, so we can move on with this. So we got a flag, it's more beautiful. We put over there. Yeah. 5 minutes, well, it's cool.
property. Got it. Yeah, so see, one of them, all of them, in front of you. So, that will be. What, where you out of so that guy goes to the gas station out in the fields, filters it, you can like possibly get. So we go and get your own gas station, he sees us coming, talks to the that's on. I'm both. I'm like, oh. He says, we arrest. He gives me support. And. Let's see, keep that out. So. Sound like say so. It's one that she's
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's nice and nice.
No. You don't look at her.
A small excursion.
So. It did. I don't know if you remember. Sergeant Carrier said about hotels for the do. So I wrote it. Okay. I made, yeah, I was wondering if you ever got a chance. I did look at it. And then I didn't.
That I did, too, yeah, so also. Are you guys still waiting for me?
Well, it's more or less just my curiosity because I put time into it.
Yeah,
Just wanted to see.
yeah, me and Angela, my partner, so,
Yeah, yeah.
and she, think she had something that read comments on it, but thought it would be really good. We're gonna circle back.
So like. Things like that, especially like, it helps me out. One thing that we plan. Our department is legal bonds. You know, or just legal things, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like, it all came up because of the case. We didn't find anything,
Yeah,
but if we were to find something, it would have been through Poison Street.
Right, right.
We would have lied with the parties. So if we did, there was fully unaware.
Right.
It's like. It's like decent, it's not really well sometimes, yeah, especially with. Go on. Here, right, okay, right out, and like, and so that's what just got me. Like I was sitting there, this is how, so my daughter is seriously. So she was absurd, that's better than I.
Okay.
And they're just it's like. Okay, so.
Yeah,
I have to put that all together. Okay. And then like, you know, even if it's not that, like that, about specific, no, there's a lot of stuff, something, you know, like something like that. If it was true. Just to like look at, like, hey guys, I know. You know, when was the last time you studied that versus California? And California, what does that allow us to do? These
Right.
hotels.
right.
You know, especially it happens so many hotels, and our hotels, so many homes.
Yes. Sure. Okay.
You know, just, and I know you got a lot, like.
Yeah, but
No, that's fine, yeah. So I mean, just hope us do better around.
yeah, okay,
And I don't know, we really get it.
okay. Cool.
Jen Harris, that was a 7 days roll call. And he asked a question, like this, social scenario, what you guys do? Lady comes to the lot. I would see.
Then I joined that stuff out here.
You should explain that to the next meeting.
Okay.
This is, that's what the biggest. Mr. Stokes, that's what the jury verdict form looks like? I appreciate it. Did you work with one before that? I started.
Yeah, what the, so you're basically like, yeah. Stay within their jurisdiction is our. So person, places, people, the federal shelter. So. Instead of.
My dream
Yeah.
stuff, I've really fun.
You okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it's Bruce. All right, so we're gonna bring back in, if you guys are looking for.
Right.
And then, practically stand or downstairs. I'm that height to Michelle's. I'm right behind her. The really wants to. Yeah, yes. Great. Thanks. Bye. Other than, oh, 2 days ago, I had figured.
You have some jury?
Same seats. It's old hat by now, right?
The reason I want to move like that.
I don't blame you. Have a seat. All right, so folks, if you want to follow along on your tablet, once again, you don't have to, but if you want to follow along on your tablet, go to the instructions in that bold blue box that has all the different kinds of instructions. Currently we're going to final instructions. You're there?
Yeah.
All right. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start reading. I still see some scrollers. Miss Phillips, you all right? You still looking? We're good? All right, here we go. Final instructions. Oh, no. Closings. I always forget that. All right, so I'm just testing you. We're going to give both sides a chance to do closing arguments. Then I'm going to give you the final instructions.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for your time. As you are aware, having heard testimony for several hours, this is a drunk driving case, a high VAC case. I think that the evidence in this case was clear. You heard from the evidence and the witnesses for the people, including the EMS techs, the police officers, the nurse, and the forensic scientists who are always fascinating with respect to their testimony. I know, based upon the evidence that we have, these exhibits that you'll be able to take with you in the room, the photograph, the other reports, there are videos that were established and you can ask for if you want. But given this was not a very long trial and the evidence was pretty clear that we have the defendant at the scene with his car, drunk, going to the hospital, and despite the fact he has not testified in this case, he's asked a lot of questions, but that is not evidence with respect to his questions. Okay? So you can't hold it against them for not testifying. You also can't hold it for him as evidence any things that he said in this case. Okay, but in this case, with respect to the video, the evidence that we hear and the question that he had every opportunity to say I was not the driver. When all of the indicators that evening were that he was the driver. They did a reasonable investigation coming onto the scene, seeing a highly intoxicated individual with a car that's in a ditch. You can use circumstantial evidence. A person who's not intoxicated does not drive into a ditch and drive over a sign into a ditch on a dead end street. Usually a person's intoxicated. Now, with respect to the elements of The judge is gonna go through the final instructions for you. All right, but then when you get down to what the prosecution has proved in this case, it's gonna tell you, defendant's been charged with the crime of operating a motor vehicle with high bodily alcohol content. You heard evidence that the high bodily alcohol content in Michigan is 0.17. He's over a 0.214. Next, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Operating a motor vehicle can be circumstantial evidence, like you pull up and there's an accident and the person that's there was his car. Okay? Next, that the defendant operated the vehicle on the highway. Obviously, he wasn't at home, he was on a public road and then in a ditch. And that the defendant operated with a vehicle with a bodily content level of over 0.17. We have met every single element with respect to this charge in this case. The next is open alcohol in the container. That's having open intoxicants, open beer bottles. Beer bottles are cold to touch. Some things that are strewn across the thing. You saw all of the pictures in this case. It appears that he had open alcohol in the passenger vehicle of the car. So, with respect to, well, I think when you consider all the evidence, you have a chance to deliberate and talk about all the things. I think it's absolutely clear that Mr. Stokes was operating a motor vehicle in the city of Romulus on August 31st, 2024, with a high alcohol bodily content in violation of the law, and he should find him guilty on both counts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greco. Mr. Stokes, closing argument.
Thank y'all for bearing with me. Stolen from insurance. Unfair. Cause you know I'm innocent. I hope that y'all find me not guilty. Like I told y'all in the beginning, they're just simply trying to circumvent the fact that I had a assault trial. It should have been clear from my questioning and everything. I'm not denying the fact that I was here. Not denying the fact. What I'm denying and what the prosecution has failed to prove is that I was driving. You heard testimony from the ambulance driver. They was one of the first ones on the scene. The ambulance person that said when they arrived, me and the passenger was outside the car, which means that we had time to get out of the car. You put something like that? Okay. So the ambulance driver was there. They said they saw me talking to the other police department. Okay. If they pulled up and established that I was driving, it would have been no question who was driving thereafter. Okay. If the ambulance people, which offered our line before he said that they saw him, they then went further to say, oh, he heard from another officer that he saw him behind the wheel. Nobody was there. We had time to get out of the car. Nobody really seen, but they don't know who drove. You know what I'm saying? It happened just like he said. He said he established that the car belonged to me. Actually, it belongs to a company that I own. Okay. I own a company, two of them actually. I have a family, the youngest, like 2 years old. I'm a responsible person. I'm responsible that I got a person with me. And they also say that the supporter didn't know where he was going. That's why I was driving. But they also said we were on our way to Ohio. The supporter is a resident of Ohio. So I didn't know where you're going. And he had family on the mission. So I didn't know where you're going. Understand? Then you want to get to when you want to get to how combative the poverty want to be. It's so convenient. Oh, we don't have the body cam footage from when we interviewed for prosecutor. It's his job to security. You make sure it's for you. Why? Because it's for we want to say who's right. That's fine. Understand? I said I do not deny the fact. That's my car. If I wanted to drive drunk, I would have been in the car. Why was he supporting this list? Into this, quote unquote, super truck. And me acting the way they say I was acting. Me personally, I don't think anybody would have gotten that far in that time. I don't know, I don't understand how drunk, like, 0.2 something is. It's probably like they said, super drunk, you ain't even gonna be that far. You know, and they make assumptions. They're saying, oh, well, if a sober person telling me drunk person driving, I shouldn't believe it. That's exactly what they did. That's not my job. They doing the investigation. It's not my job to say, oh, well, so I'm going to drive, he would drive. They actually need to take people, ET tests and all of that. I don't know what I probably did something about it. They just went off assumption. And I'm gonna close by saying this. The elements, the prosecutor stated that they presented evidence. The judge is gonna give you instructions. Word of mouth is not evidence. He didn't witness me behind the crowd, behind with no one there. So if somebody would come in here and said, yeah, we saw this behind the wheel, that would be like right there when somebody saw me behind the wheel. Nobody saw me behind the wheel. It's more stagnation. They don't know who to drive. And if they would do a thorough investigation, they would have investigated Mr. Porter first. Because y'all gotta think about it. If they already got me in the ambulance and Mr. Porter was driving, why did you tell him that he drove? They gonna arrest him. So yeah, he was driving. They already got he was driving. That's what happened. And it should be clear on his case because nobody put me behind me. That's the main element they had to prove, and they failed. Nobody saw me behind me. Nobody can prove. They're just speculating. Just like you said, oh, well, it's his vehicle. And that's exactly what happened, to be honest. They actually vehicle was, I said, I own the company that owned that vehicle, they took it.
Anything else, Mr. Stokes?
No, listen, I'm on, but I just want to say, they didn't prove the evidence, he's gonna tell you what the evidence are. Main thing, they had to prove that I was behind the wheel, thank you, they didn't. And I'll take your order.
Mr. Greco.
Just like we started off today, the evidence in this case is clear, okay? What Mr. Stokes is trying to do is pull a fast one on you guys and ignore the evidence. What the judge is going to read to you as far as evidence, because what people say, that's part of gathering evidence, okay? When you're talking to witnesses, talking to things, visualizing what's going on. Remember during voir dire, I said, hey, if you walk into the courtroom, everybody's saying hello to the judge, you can start to assume he's probably the judge. When you walk in here, you're even further clear he's the judge because he's got the name laid up there and he's there with the black robes. And one of the first instructions that you're going to hear today from the judge is that facts can be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So, for example, this is going to come straight from the judge. If you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it's raining. You can investigate further, you can look outside, but you can take that reasonable assumption of what's going on and assume that, oh, I see a raincoat, I see a person, I can't actually see any windows, I'm in the courtroom here, it's all closed. Believe it's raining. And that's part of circumstantial evidence. You have the defendant, he's intoxicated, he's in lines, okay? He has crashed in kind of a silly accident. It's really a T-bone, he just went through a stop sign. Maybe he stopped at the stop sign and stepped on the gas. We don't know because we weren't actually there. but we know he was there with his car and goes into a ditch. That's evidence of intoxication. His manner at the time is evidence of intoxication. The witness statements are evidence of what was going on that day. So if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. In this case, I believe the evidence is clear and 100% clear, and that's why the officers weren't gonna arrest somebody who wasn't intoxicated. And why is everyone setting up Mr. Stokes? Right? Because that's what he's alleging. He's alleging incompetence on the police officers, so, because they just assumed they must have set him up. There's no reason for them to do that. He's also assuming he got set up by his friend that night. That's unreasonable. With respect to this case, as I read to you the evidence, listen to the judge's instructions. I think it's clear that Mr. Stokes is guilty of operating while intoxicated with a common vehicle. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Now, I'm going to read to you under those final instructions, starting with duties of judge and jury. Members of the jury, the evidence and arguments in this case are finished, and I will now instruct you on the law. That is, I will explain the law that applies to this case. Remember, you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and my instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy, bias, or prejudice influence your decision. You must avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors, who may have different backgrounds and perspectives from yours. As jurors, you must decide what the facts of this case are. This is your job and nobody else's. You must think about all the evidence and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important you think it is. This includes whether you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. It's my duty to instruct you on the law. You must take the law as I give it to you. If a lawyer says something different about the law, follow what I say. At various times, I've already given you some instructions about the law. You must take all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. You should not pay attention to some instructions and ignore others. To sum up, it is your job to decide what the facts of the case are, to apply the law as I give it to you, and in that way to decide the case. A person accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent. This means that you must start with the presumption that the defendant is innocent. This presumption continues throughout the trial and entitles the defendant to a verdict of not guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty. Every crime is made up of parts called elements. The prosecutor must prove each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to do anything. If you find that the prosecutor has not proven every element beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. A reasonable doubt is a fair, honest doubt growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after a careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of this case. Every defendant has the absolute right not to testify. When you decide the case, you must not consider the fact that he did not testify. It must not affect your verdict in any way. When you discuss the case and decide on your verdict, you may only consider the evidence that has been properly admitted in this case. Therefore, it is important for you to understand what is evidence and what is not evidence. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of a witness, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I told you to consider as evidence. Many things are not evidence, and you must be careful not to consider them as such. I will now describe some of the things that are not evidence. The fact that the defendant is charged with a crime and is on trial is not evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence and each side's legal theories. You should only accept things should be the parties. You should only accept things the parties say that are supported by the evidence or by your own common sense and general knowledge. The parties' questions to the witnesses and my questions to the witnesses are also not evidence. You should consider these questions only as they give meaning to the witnesses' answers. My comments, rulings, questions, and instructions are also not evidence. It is my duty to see that the trial is conducted according to the law and to tell you the law that applies to this case. However, when I make a comment or give an instruction, I'm not trying to influence your vote or express a personal opinion about the case. If you believe that I have an opinion about how you should decide this case, you must pay no attention to that opinion. You are the only judges of the facts, and you should decide this case from the evidence. At times during the trial, I may have excluded evidence that was offered or stricken testimony that was heard. Do not consider those things in deciding the case. Make your decision only on the evidence that I let in and nothing else. Your decision should be based on all the evidence, regardless of which party produced it. You should use your own common sense and general knowledge in weighing and judging the evidence, but you should not use any personal knowledge you may have about a place, person, or event. To repeat once more, you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial. As I said before, it's your job to decide what the facts of this case are. You must decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a witness's testimony, you must set aside any bias or prejudice you may have and not be influenced by a witness's disability, gender identity, race, religion, ethnicity, sexual orientation, age, national origin, or socioeconomic status. Again, take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age and maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently, and witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. Elements of the crime. The defendant is charged with the crime of operating a motor vehicle with a high bodily alcohol content. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove each of the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. To operate means to drive or have actual physical control of the vehicle. Second, that the defendant operated the vehicle on a highway or other place open to the public or generally accessible to motor vehicles, including a designated parking area. Third, that the defendant operated the vehicle with a bodily alcohol level of 0.017 grams or more per 100 milliliters of blood. The defendant is also charged with having open intoxicants in the vehicle he was operating. Michigan law provides that an operator or occupant shall not transport or possess alcoholic liquor in an open or uncapped container or upon which the seal is broken, within the passenger area of the vehicle, upon a highway, or within the passenger area of a moving vehicle in a place open to the general public, including areas designated for parking. To prove this charge, the prosecutor must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. That an open alcoholic liquor bottle was in the passenger area of defendant's motor vehicle. Passenger area means the area designed to seat the operator, the defendant, and passengers of the motor vehicle while the motor vehicle is in operation in any area that is readily accessible to the operator, the defendant, while in a seating position, including the glove compartment. The prosecutor must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime occurred on or about August 31, 2024, within the city of Romulus. When you go to the jury room, you will be provided with a written copy of the final jury instructions. It'll be on your tablet, folks. A copy of electronically recorded instructions will be provided. You should first choose a foreperson. The foreperson will see to it that your discussions are carried on in a businesslike way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. During your deliberations, please turn off your cell phones or other communication equipment until we recess. A verdict in a criminal case must be unanimous. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each of you agrees on that verdict. In the jury room, you will discuss the case among yourselves, but ultimately each of you will have to make up your own mind. A verdict must represent the individual considered judgment of each juror. It is your duty as jurors to talk to each other and make every reasonable effort to reach agreement. Express your opinions and the reasons for them, but keep an open mind as you listen to your fellow jurors. Rethink your opinions and do not hesitate to change your mind if you decide you were wrong. Try your best to work out your differences. However, although you should try to reach agreement, none of you should give up your honest opinion about the case just because other jurors disagree with you or just for the sake of reaching a verdict. In the end, your vote must be your own, and you must vote honestly and in good conscience. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by law. In the event, if you want to communicate with me while you're in the jury room, please have your foreperson write a note and give it to the court officer. It's not proper for you to talk directly with me, the parties, or other people involved in the case. As you discuss the case, you must not let anyone, even me, know how your voting stands. Therefore, until you return with a unanimous verdict, do not reveal this to anyone outside the jury room. When you go to the jury room to deliberate, you may take your notes and full instructions. If you want to look at any or all of the reference documents or exhibits that have been admitted, just ask for them. When you go to the jury room, you will be given an electronic copy of the instructions you have just heard. As you discuss the case, you should think about all my instructions together as the law you are to follow. I've also had a jury verdict prepared, and this paper document will go in with you for your deliberations. Now, if we go back to the index page under evidence instructions, I'll give you a minute to get there. All right, evidence. Circumstantial evidence. Facts can be provided by direct evidence from a witness or an exhibit. Direct evidence is evidence about what we actually see or hear. For example, you look outside and see rain falling. That is direct evidence that it is raining. Facts can also be proved by indirect or circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that normally or reasonably leads to other facts. So, for example, if you see a person come in from outside wearing a raincoat covered with small drops of water, that would be circumstantial evidence that it is raining. You may consider circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence by itself, or a combination of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence, can be used to prove the elements of a crime. In other words, you should consider all the evidence that you believe. Now we're going to go to witness instructions. I'll give you a second to catch up there. You should not decide this case based on which side presented more witnesses. Instead, you should think about each witness and each piece of evidence and whether you believe them. Then you must decide whether the testimony and evidence you believe proves beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. You've heard that a lawyer talked to one of the witnesses. There's nothing wrong with this. A lawyer may talk to a witness to find out what the witness knows about the case and what the witness's testimony will be. You've also heard testimony from a witness who has given you her opinion as an expert in the field of toxicology. Experts are allowed to give opinions in court about matters they are experts on. However, you do not have to believe an expert's opinion. Instead, you should decide whether you believe it and how important you think it is. When you decide whether you believe an expert's opinion, think carefully about the reasons and facts she gave for her opinion and whether those facts are true. You should also think about the expert's qualifications and whether her opinion makes sense when you think about the other evidence in the case. You have heard testimony from witnesses who are police officers. That testimony is to be judged by the same standards you use to evaluate the testimony of any other witness. Mr. Greco, are you satisfied with the instructions as given?
Yes.
And Mr. Stokes, are you satisfied with the instructions as given? All right. So folks, this is what the part I hate. So I've been paying attention and every one of you have been attentive today, but now I get to kick one of you off the panel. So what I've got, you each have chairs. So, we did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I've got little wooden beads in here that are numbered. And I just randomly pull one of them out and tell one of you, thanks, goodbye. With that said, if your number comes up, you can stick around because when we're all done, when the jury has made their decision, I share the decision with the courtroom. At that point, I go back in and do my little debrief. I just sit down, answer questions, try to find out if there's anything we could do to make things more comfortable for jurors. And the alternate juror that gets removed is welcome to go back in if they stick around that long. So I pulled the bead, and juror number 2, Ms. Phillips, you are thanked and excused, but once again, feel free to stick around so you can get in on the debrief conversation. Absolutely, absolutely. I would encourage you to do so. All right, so the rest of you, Officer Garcia is going to take you in. He's going to take the exhibits and the jury verdict form. He'll be outside the door all the time you're in there. Once again, if you leave any personal property here, it's safe. Officer Rapp, Tim's going to be here. If you need anything, if you have any questions or anything, just tap on the door and Officer Garcia will see what's going on. All right, so you can go with him. Yeah, can you come up? Thanks. We're in recess. Oh, that should go back. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just put the iPad over here. So if you want.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So I actually had a couple questions that I thought would be kind of important, but it hasn't been announced, so. Well, trying to be. Here's Romulus, if you want to play, like Brooke Ramage, not to play the regular Romulus. Or just that I, well, but it's in. On, so.
Other experience.
Yeah. This year, please.
This is my first police job, and I'm sure you know, a lot of those states, pretty busy, so I get a lot of space. Pass. Especially for everybody wise, like I'm, shit, get anywhere from 13 months, depending on the circumstances, so everything like. Straight side, so.
Oh, okay, so 7 years is just.
Okay.
It's not a long. So was there an issue you thought with respect to their experience?
I have a question about the experience. And when they said you have an issue with virus, please, no, I do not. No one said you have an issue with your township, and I would say, yes, I do. I'm familiar with that corner, I'm familiar
Yeah.
with how things are out there. Well, and I can,
So how did that relate to this case? In your opinion?
advise one of the Huron officers drop the ball or roll it out halfway and we then who says, I can see that happening. I mean, I take these old people to the bus department, they have to pay.
Yeah.
And that's. So, I hear how what the one just.
So how's it? This. So there is, what was the other thing? It's the, I understand you can see, but it wasn't complicated. Yeah.
I'm familiar with that corner.
Yeah.
And that's all right here, yeah. And I was wondering if this guy was one of them. That was an concern to me, insurance, how about the.
I didn't ask you, I didn't say, I think he was an African American, was he black?
You're sober, why would you be able to ask somebody that? But you got. You gotta do that.
Well, people make their own decisions.
How stupid.
Oh, he's, so Casper was 2 years older than. And.
They did say, you know. Where's going?
So there's beer is running.
We want to get the show. He said he did. He's going to go that up. He spoke with him last week.
Yeah, and the guy didn't actually us. He showed up, says, oh, you know, right, like, oh, he knows. Didn't really have any costs, and yeah, it. Says, look, I was driving. We want to be the road of the song, we double down, look at it, and see what's going. Well, we charge it with a week, that's, you know what I mean, but I don't think that, there's no reason for it to happen. You know, and especially, like,
You know, where's it, what do you, I said it by the truck times.
well, we tried to get the people. What else,
A year ago, you're later. I think this person has started when you are, you just, you're all, you didn't have to get a search warrant or whatever, we just did.
Michigan thinks it.
Right
So,
there.
so we can give consent. It's something that I started this one, I can't help with doing. But so apply consent, issue it, your driver's license. You are giving state consent to take the blood, your full blood. You also, I can't just take, you have the rights. So apply consent with that, is if you do say no, but if you're drunk or not, you will be given it on, but it has nothing to do with the case, like, what are you drunk by? If it happens, you can discuss that issue. And like, I already do, like, you know, what else, like, it's, you know, like, people. People are on. So, what my only ridiculous dream club to agree that that is. But if people are true, I'll get some pretty, because it's so it's like a super complicated, complicated. I'm telling you, it's something else, you. I'll leave it, good job, for that. And. So I thought, and I, you're on. And you won't be. Probably going to put a soul in the other circle. And I'll break it down. Yeah, that's what that's good. So, yeah, I'm breaking the speed, you know, and like. So. Yeah, so are you going to Saturday? Yeah, you go to Saturday. So I went to the hospital. Good surgery. And assuming I already called the number. Yeah, they called the office. She's nice. That was the same. So it's like body thought was private. And that's a sign. So did I did it and then. Busy was I am, yeah, I was. Yeah, but. And that would have been for the trigger, I would have supported. But I had that just in case it's that now fear. I thought with the back of the station. Smart. But you. It helps, you read. Nothing first. There. That they. Like. What do you think? That's not. You can. Doesn't. If they get out there and they're both bad. Then you gotta think. Right. So we don't want people to be stuff. Just think about that. Yeah, you know, like,
Yeah.
you know, so that's why, so.
Yes.
Really? You thought that made me first.
Or somebody's covering something for the other one. It just needs for the.
Why do you think that?
No, I would you can, I was done with this.
If it's your own drive, I guess, and you're not.
Well, that.
That doesn't make sense, there's been word.
You know, they.
Well, there are lots of people who come in here to.
Yeah. Well, so,
But yeah, I don't, but. Try to speak. But it is.
Yeah.
You see where we're.
Agency, say like false, this is where it works. One sort of thing. We had too long. We had, we were at that. Yeah, we noticed, we noticed it's 10:45 was the time of the call. So these guys are about to get them order.
Yeah.
So that you. Oh, wait. Oh, it doesn't rain.
Yeah.
All that, then like, they were like, oh, we were about to get up for, that's why we. Later. So even with those transactional banks. That's what I'm working out. You don't like. You saw what's going on, people were involved, it was 31, there's so much people. At that point, about 11, at that point, it was 2 9 anymore. Yeah, so, and I worked in it, so. Like, we worked in, barricading on a different ship, we had a little, shooting out. Oh, no, they know, it's up, and that's why. That she did, I think that one. But. It was, you know, there was, so like. If the car would, their side of the road. Back to the road. You go to the color and stuff. You're at 10 out of shift. Yeah, there are so much more serious crimes.
Yeah.
That requires so much less paperwork and more much less scrutiny. So you're just based upon what you saw, you're reporting.
No, he's still to be.
No, well, but he's not charged, just be front, it's charged, so you won't be not able to operate. That's what I'm saying, but you should, if you would want it, and it makes sense to you. So.
No reason person. Who should live, always, there's a sound,
Is that the reason why is, but is that, and then, you know, you just go like. I don't see what you're saying that. Yeah. So.
People are more control to company to reach out.
He's, you know, having some.
Here, let's see.
No, I mean, you haven't also counted deep on the common sense of it. It's a huge downside, unfortunately. Someone getting someone else drugs on, it's not common thing. People make bad decisions if their friends are gone, they're not sure, and so where they don't want them. Some people will end up on a ride and they come back to the version, you know. That's the reality of it. If I'm what happened, he said, friend, you know, I would never get probably drove. If I did, we got a crash, and he was sober, why would I not just say, yeah, that was me, you know? Possibly get a takeover, but frankly, that would make sense.
That's what, because usually that's what we get. We usually get wives that, and they then try to tell us that they were driving their husband. And then when we talk to the other witnesses, they're like, oh, he was driving, we just watched him go, that's the normal thing, that the non-drunk person says, oh, I don't know. You know.
I'll say another. That he was going to, oh, yeah, I was driving, because now they know the consequences.
Yeah.
He was actually.
We see, Andy does. But it's hard for me, but what I'm trying, I don't know, he really doesn't know, you can see it, you know, what we try, trying, you know, what I mean? So.
There's Cheryl, because he was a wee baby.
Yes, well, we're all trying, you know, I mean, it happens and we just, so, okay.
So, okay, I love that. Yeah, I lost that, you know. And so now, there is the. What, and I tell people this,
what I'm trying to figure out. is that sometimes what I know is different than what I can do. Right, but this is. It's not 100%, but I think it's clear enough. Each time it's something. You know, she agrees. It would be. Yeah. There's one of you. Everyone is like.
That side of that's well, it's over them. It's over them. Should I find first person currently?
On the other side,
Okay.
put it on for closer,
Okay.
and you know. No fun. That is a big part. Right. This whole piece here. That is 6 6. Right. So, right. I don't remember all stage about. Like I said, what I know, I'm always just like it's probably what's our focus. Some things, oh, people still be that long as a class. We have enough, you know, and so I think I would have thought that. Yeah, there's not that. No, you have to. You gotta stay around with things. For the work. And be here. If something. Well, it's gonna be very cool. And passengers. Yeah, my passenger. Obviously, you're everybody. I was just looking for some. It was a thing stated that we had not asked. Yeah, he put himself in the direction.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, that's what I was bringing up.
Oh, okay.
He said, me and my family, interesting. He put himself.
Okay.
That's the coolest.
Yeah. Yeah, he did. What was it?
He criticized me. How was I doing her? That I see. Labels, that I see. Oh, and you know what? Because I thought kind of like. Especially this one.
Right.
So like, at least if people are trying to do, it's not. So, you know, I don't want to go up there. I wasn't. You know, maybe give it. So if you could give me a point or something.
Then it was very hurt, to the point.
Try to using this staking alcohol.
Yes, I heard that.
It's like your body can't put off, you're like, take photographs, get rolling, it's like, so like, yeah, possibly, put something in there, whatever. Oh, you're already working.
Very like full of fear, so that.
Yeah, which I said, yeah, I don't care about all the people on stage, no, not. I can, okay.
Straight shooter, that's the word I was looking for. Straight shooter, straight.
It's a fine line between. I sometimes. That's not my good personality.
Yeah.
It's very much, yeah. Yeah, we're talking, and nothing, every people doesn't talk. Hugeness. All property. Yeah, people, yeah, there's. Yeah, there.
Good. Yeah, your ideas, question, we're passing. Question, you want to say?
Corner, right? It's a being.
Yeah. I've never got a meeting here, the first one. See.
Oh, yeah. Well, that house in the background, the yards.
Yeah.
So, at 11 o'clock at night, it really. So operating in city rockets, that's how it comes nice, that goes. But you do lose the proximity to a street of eleven, your run.
Oh.
We're so far away that like, there's no ring or book. Okay, what happened here? Whereas like what happened in another neighborhood, we got a door everywhere, right? Front yards are from here to the wall.
Pretty much figures on trouble, like this, you guys can't really get this, you, that else, I mean, like, these are recorded.
No, well, they first sealed it, but
Yeah.
they saw. Other people are.
I mean, maybe you can get a little more on the fair, we could go. And I know what to say about that, so you get them taking photos and pictures, and get it back. So just go ahead, yeah.
Right, that we, how long did the haircut is? It's just.
Oh, we're almost, yeah, so we're, 7 years I looked
Yeah,
at it.
there's about that 30 minutes, I can't run into photos now. You know, about 5 minutes, we'll save this up.
Right.
As an adult, I grew up there, so really know how people can be out there.
Yeah. I remember year one. Oh, if I well, I started with. It was 97% here with there. 50%. I was part of the government. So I grew up extremely poor. Like I didn't learn. And to this day, I don't speak Arabic, I don't speak Arabic. People ask me, did not. This weekend, people say we're talking about it. So I go to the gas station, I go. But I went in, Coca-Cola, airplane. But cheap on, which is like, I don't know, it's quarter from my town, everything. What did you say is, you know, so never done. The people and he was. I opened something. And I went in there again, but the nights. Art. And so that's, I went in there and I stopped going. Perfect. That's not too. Yeah, the safety stuff. For men, it's a little easier than that, yes. Female officers at 75 square miles, I think is a they get over the same. That's problem.
What the decision you go?
Now I go to the hotel area.
What's the lovely, what's the number?
No.
So, what if breakers up? Well, what's that? Yes, be there.
Yeah, everything was still about that. I got all of this stuff. She's going back now. Last week.
need to go to work right after this. It's supposed to be a line. Yeah, what's now? Cranks to the jobs. Okay. Yeah, that's all. I don't go a lot of time there, but I guess it's kind of focused, so we're supposed to be in the body anyway. Like, the next time I see it, I couldn't find it, so, like, it was actually there, it really is. So I don't know who this guy is, but no, well. She goes to talk about it, she had a fellow, I also talk, actually, well, she took our patient, say, they just did, okay, those loops on there.
Yeah,
It's so expensive.
Oh, sure.
It's, you know, that's also, if you're in, mostly,
When I say before, I think it's all especially the sheriff, you want to get down, you know, else would you want to see?
So we did, she had to cover, all there, see what's that,
Okay.
that was a lot of, you know. Yeah, she started putting more about 3 on it, it's 7 years, 20 bucks a piece. It's bad, you know, certain level, just keep buying out, and I work.
Oh, yeah.
Put your bag, popcorn, there, 4 or 5, forward beers, and I was in for a double, and it's expensive, yes. What tastes better than I felt learning because it's so like, well, that's something, it was like a doctor.
I was a shop.
I did really good, so time children.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So she, it's really good. Later time staying well.
Okay,
So what's I think for what? Not like she remember how I that show and that, so.
Yeah, no, yeah, that was there, actually.
That too, you know, as expected, it's very pricey.
Yeah,
Trans 15 bucks.
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Like those off. Maybe the style how about.
You're right, right.
Like, well, it's started.
That's right, that's right.
She was like, I had a million hundreds of million dollar ones for now. Quarter.
And then really, so.
Right.
Families.
Oh, here I told you.
So the guy who's sitting next,
The group itself.
he said,
That's very long.
Was it,
I
it was ever, for those that, the secret house thing. He's up another, was your house thing.
Okay, cool.
Wow. He wrote about perspective. Like, we were shooting, and I didn't tag him because just that I was playing them, so that. So, yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh. This is the first year I got.
well, some people, just can't,
I found
can't explain how it's to them, can't explain.
Right, no, it is what it is, right? Because, yeah, it's, I mean, you always get back, so. What you say, you know. So I will, I think that's a thing that, I think it's up there for early, and all.
I wonder if that, you ever cross, it's like, oh, you're right.
Right, right.
That's what you much got charged, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't get it, you know, they still needed to do something.
Right, right.
Salt on, you know, and they'll use this property, they actually have choose just. Thursday, $3, you know, we're just spitting out and go there. And you didn't about, from these local. German. It's not a way. It was from Sharon, we stuff there, I just said, but there's over here, I was saying, oh, they go. You say jokes on the side, or go to the beginning, you're okay. Cities of the. No, it's back on the past, we can go there, right? Oh, yeah, it starts to, I'm supposed to. You're out. It was disgusting. I couldn't make it out. Yeah, shut.
Oh, thank you. There's one in the short thing, I'm sure she's on as well. Yeah, touch targets.
Wrapping up.
What's gonna be doing serious again, we'll say, well, it's big, this is gonna become across the waters. All of a sudden, we're in Facebook, yeah, right. My age, I mean, total just, I don't know what you have, yeah, it's but now that's the. We got this issue about we could combine this fully eventually a lot of our area, like stuff over the outside of your team, let's go sex. We don't want to stay here and stuff, stay though. But that was already neat. Yeah, how we listen to say, you know.
During the week, so it's very, I introduced you actually, I think, to see. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, oh, my face, something, that's the reason. So, well, the red drops, you know,
Yep. Yes.
So like somehow all of a sudden you just. All right, it was like that, it's disgusting. It's like someone pulled up.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready, it's like, it's, there's just spit out of the face.
I'm judge.
So they just sit it here?
Yeah.
You want me to bring him in?
Let him know, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Exhibits.
Road ride from Missouri.
Same chair, one more time.
She'll be here.
Go ahead and have a seat. All right, did you folks pick a four-person? Who was it? Everybody points to Miss Williams. Miss Williams, did you reach a decision? Would you share the jury's decision with the courtroom, please? Guilty on both counts. Correct? All right. And Mr. Jones, is that your decision?
Yeah.
Okay. And Miss Duffy, is that your decision? Or Miss Slagle?
Yes.
And Miss Cannon, Mr. Davis, and Miss Williams. All right, thank you. One more time, back in the jury room. I'll be back there in just a minute. Just grab that. All right, Mr. Stokes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you down to my probation department. They're going to schedule you to come back for a pre-sentence interview, just to sit down with a probation officer. Based on that interview, the probation officer will put together a report and a recommendation of sentencing. You'll come back at a later time. They'll probably schedule that with you today as well, sentencing. I'll get a copy of that report and recommendation. I will have read it. You'll get a chance to look at it when you get to court that day. Then you and I will talk about that report, that recommendation, anything else you want to talk about. And then at that point, I'll determine what the sentence should be. Do you understand the process we're at? Any questions? Yeah, just go on down. They'll call you up to the counter. They'll get you those dates and they'll get you on your way. No, you're all set. Just come back for the pre-sentence I can't say it, pre-sentence investigation interview and the sentencing date. All right. And your bond is continued, still on a personal bond. All right. Thank you, Mr. Stokes. Thank you all. Officers, be safe. Would my evicted juror like to come back? We're gonna go back in we're gonna do a debrief. You can get in on that.
Where's the flow? Release me text.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, that.
Thanks. Go on in. I'll let you in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
You can't really do that. It's very good. It's pretty.
I mean, probably, I'll go through them when I go back in there.